Hi guys, it's me, ChazzaHD, and welcome to race day for the 13th race of the season in 2025, the Belgian Grand Prix at Spa. And thankfully, just like 3 weeks ago at Silverstone, looks like we are in for another wet race, which normally means excitement in Formula One, especially this season. The two wet races we've had so far have been pretty good and pretty mental. Obviously, the first race in Melbourne and last Grand Prix in Silverstone 3 weeks ago. So, yeah, very much looking forward to it. I know some people may have some PTSD from 2021 in regards to, the race that never happened. In terms of, we had wet conditions, but it was just too wet that day to have a race. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case today. There are going to be parts of probably the race where we see heavier rain like we saw at Silverstone, but it's not going to be consistently really heavy rain like it was in 2021, which is what prevented them from racing that particular day 4 years ago it was. So yeah, it should be raceable today. And if it is raceable, it'll be the first wet race since 2010 in Formula One at this circuit. That 2010 race, though, was a wet, dry race. There wasn't a lot of rain in that race. 2008 was another one where we had some rain, but it wasn't a lot. It was just the odd shower here and there. The last time we had a proper, wet race Spa where it was wet for, I think, pretty much the entire race, was 20 years ago, 2005, where McLaren ended up winning that particular Belgian Grand Prix with Kimi Räikkönen that day winning from Fernando Alonso. That's how long ago that was. McLaren, of course, on pole and locking out the front row today. Surely, dry or wet, nothing can stop them from winning this Grand Prix. I just don't see how, again, anyone can stop them. Unless Max Verstappen, who we know is amazing in wet conditions, unless he can somehow do a miracle, I think McLaren are going to run away with things today in this Belgian Grand Prix. But still, we should get plenty of excitement, plenty of drama and surprises like we saw at Silverstone. Of course, Nico Hülkenberg coming from the back of the grid to take his first Formula One podium. That's what happened last time out in a wet race 3 weeks ago. Who knows what could happen today, especially with the grid outside of the top four being quite mixed up. So, yeah, I think we are in for a very interesting Grand Prix. Even if McLaren do dominate like they did at Silverstone in wet conditions, and like McLaren have done in wet conditions this season, they have been incredibly strong. So, yeah, should be an interesting one. Can't wait for it. And it gets underway in just under 2 hours from now. And hopefully it will be a good one. Hope you guys are well ahead of this Belgian Grand Prix. Again, a decently mixed up grid for the race today. Whether dry or wet, most likely going to be pretty wet. And yeah, I hope you guys are well. And no matter what time zone you're in, part of the world you're from, and no matter whatever circumstances you may be going through, hope you're all doing as well as possible. Given, again, whatever you are going through. And I hope you can today join us in watching along and enjoying the Belgian Grand Prix at Spa. If you can't watch the session with us because you're busy with something else, but you can listen along, then we will keep you absolutely up to date with everything that goes on in the Belgian Grand Prix. Niblo, who is my usual co-commentator, will be joining me today for this race. He'll be joining me in about an hour and 20 minutes time to go through, obviously, a few things before the race, and then obviously he'll be helping me and helping you take you through the Belgian Grand Prix. So he'll be joining us soon enough. But yeah, in terms of the race build-up, it's the usual, where we're going to be going through what happened yesterday, going through the grid and what the grid is like, But when we look at the sector times and the speed trap data, we're going to be looking at it more so through the lens of who has a dry or wet setup, because there are a few teams that have gone, I think, for a dry setup, but then there are definitely a few cars that have gone with a bit more wing on to help them in wet conditions. So that's what we're going to be looking at there. Obviously, I'll give my predictions for the race, and the predictions I've done for the race are based on if it is a wet race, which again, it will be. And then obviously, we'll get into some more details before the race begins, the strategy options for today. I'll quickly do a roundup before we get into the race of the teams and what they should be aiming for, what realistically is possible for the teams. And then, like I said, we'll bring Nib on, get his thoughts out of the race, and then get into the race itself. Hopefully, there won't be too many delays in this Grand Prix today. I mean, there's going to be, probably a couple safety cars along the way, but hopefully it's, no long periods of red flags and stuff like that. But it is likely because here at Spa, you do tend to have, especially in difficult conditions like this, big crashes do tend to happen. Sorry, I was just having a quick drink there. Yeah. So, fingers crossed that it will all be good on that front. But yeah, just over an hour and 50 minutes to go until the race begins. One final thing as well is there is a poll running at the top of the live chat where I've asked you guys who will win today's Belgian Grand Prix. Will it be Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri, Charles Leclerc, or Max Verstappen? Out of those four, who do you think wins the Belgian Grand Prix? You have until about 5 minutes before the race begins to decide as to who you think will win the race today. So let me know in that poll or in the chat who you think wins the race. And yeah, right before we get into the starting grid and all of that stuff, we will have a look to see what the results of the poll are and see who you guys have voted for as most likely to win this Belgian Grand Prix today. Yeah, make sure to vote in that poll, and I'll get to the results right before lights out for the Belgian Grand Prix. So, I think we'll just get straight into things and go through the results of qualifying. McLaren locking out the front row, not a surprise. McLaren are just a clear step ahead of everybody else. Lando Norris, though, taking pole, which is a bit of a surprise because so far this weekend, up until qualifying, Piastri has been really the main man at McLaren pretty clearly. But Norris ended up producing the goods when it mattered in Q3. Oscar Piastri, though, definitely had more pace available than what he showed, because that pole position time from Lando Norris of a 1:40.562 is actually half a tenth slower than what Piastri did in sprint qualifying on Friday afternoon, where Piastri did a 1:40.510. So factually, Piastri had more pace in the car than what he showed. But as we know, starting on pole here isn't always the best. I mean, in wet conditions, it will probably be better to a degree to start on pole, given that getting a run through Eau Rouge or Radion up to the Kemmel Straight won't be as easy for cars following behind. But pole position is not as important at this circuit as it will be, for example, next week in Hungary. So it is all to play for between the two McLarens, no doubt about that. But Oscar Piastri definitely did not maximize his Q3 effort. Lando did, and fair play to him, he delivered pole position. Third place, brilliant lap by Charles Leclerc. Took advantage of Max Verstappen having a bit of a mistake at the end of turn 1 on his final lap. And Leclerc delivered a great lap. And third on the grid it is. The absolute best he could have done. So full credit must go to Leclerc. And yeah, for today, in terms of the battle for the final podium spot. Looks like it is very much between Leclerc and Verstappen. I'm favouring Verstappen for that fight purely because, I mean, Max would have been ahead of Leclerc on the grid had he not made that mistake on the final laps of qualifying yesterday. But also, Max is the best driver on the grid, I think, currently in wet conditions. So I think Max just about edges it ahead of Leclerc in terms of who the favourite is to finish in third. But unless Leclerc and Verstappen can produce a Senna-like or Hamilton-like performance like we've seen in the past, I don't see how they can get near the McLarens. I really hope they can, but I just don't see it, unfortunately. And then P5, what a performance from Alexander Albon, 5th on the grid, and as I'll show later on, even more impressive that result, given that that car was not exactly set up to be ultra quick down the straights or anything and have like a really good dry setup. So yeah, that was an extraordinary lap from Albon. For me, quite clearly, driver of the day yesterday, getting ahead of George Russell 6th, who, as we'll show in a moment, was purple, the quickest driver in Sector 1 and Sector 3, but then in Sector 2 was absolutely nowhere. And in the end, 6th on the grid is where he ended up. Mercedes, very disappointing qualifying session. I really thought coming into the weekend that they would be mixing it in the top 3 on the grid, at least in qualifying. I didn't think they'd be necessarily doing that for the race, but for qualifying, I thought they would be right in there, in the top 3 on the grid. But yeah, nowhere near. Russell, 3.5 tenths away in the end. And only just ahead of Yuki Tsunoda having a good qualifying for once. Probably the first good qualifying he's had since he joined Red Bull all the way back at the Japanese Grand Prix at the start of April. So great to see. And hopefully this will continue and have a good race today. Red Bull certainly need it if they're going to try and fight back in the Constructors' Championship to try and finish in third or even second place. Isaac Hadjar then just behind in 8th place, and just behind him, Liam Lawson. Racing Bulls really strong yesterday, and they will be very happy that it's going to be wet because, again, through the corners, they've had one of the best midfield cars consistently the whole weekend. So they will be very happy that it's going to be a wet race. Their car should be a dark horse in this race, so keep an eye on the 2 Racing Bull cars. And then Sauber getting into the top 10 with Gabriel Bortoleto. Very impressive performance by Bortoleto, even though chances are he won't hang on to that top 10 and probably won't finish at the points because there's faster cars behind. Still, great performance, and yet again out-qualifying Nico Hülkenberg. And especially impressive around a track like Spa. And then the rest of the field, Esteban Ocon in 11th, Oliver Behrman in 12th. Very curious, Haas, in terms of the pace they have going into this race, because as I'll show in a moment, they have gone for a very interesting strategy in regards to the setup of their cars. So I'll get into that soon enough. But yeah, they're in a strong position to possibly score points today. Pierre Gasly, then in 13th. Gasly, I think, did the best he could. The Alpine is just not quick enough around this circuit. Hülkenberg 14th. He'll be a bit disappointed not to be a bit closer to the top 10, but I mean, it's a lot better of a grid position than what he had at Silverstone, and he ended up on the podium there. So yeah, still good for Hülkenberg. Carlos Sainz, 15th. Absolutely terrible performance from Sainz, especially given where Albon ended up. I'm not saying Sainz should have been on the 3rd row with him, but Carlos should have been at worst in, say, 8th place, at the absolute worst, given where Albon was. But no. 15th is where he ended up, and Williams have decided to start Carlos from the pit lane, so he will be starting officially 17th because there are 3 other cars along with Sainz that are going to be starting from the pit lane, which are also Lewis Hamilton, who obviously got knocked out in Q1 because of a lap time deletion for violating track limits. So he'll be starting from the pit lane, and he'll be starting 18th. And then Franco Colapinto will be starting 15th because of the penalties for Sainz and Hamilton. And then 16th will be Lance Stroll because Antonelli and Alonso also starting from the pit lane. So, yeah, it will be Colapinto 15th, Stroll 16th, Sainz 17th, Hamilton 18th, Antonelli 19th, and Alonso 20th. And Stroll in 16th will be the last car on the grid, with Sainz, Hamilton, Antonelli, and Alonso all starting from the pit lane. So yeah, there you go in terms of what the starting grid is, especially in the bottom few positions. Yeah, Antonelli also terrible performance, and we saw, at least on social media after qualifying, that there was an interview done of Antonelli by some journalist, and it was pretty clear to see, very visible to see, that Antonelli had been crying before this particular interview took place. All the area around his eyes were red, which is obviously a clear sign when you've been crying, rubbing your eyes and all of that. Yeah, Antonelli really does need some help in terms of not like mental coaching, but he needs an arm around the shoulder type of treatment. And I don't think, unfortunately, that Toto Wolff is that type of guy to give him that type of treatment, which I think is what he needs. And I know people say, oh, well, this is Formula One. This is where the big boys play. He needs to grow up and get on with it. But he is 18 years old. He is incredibly raw in terms of, not just a talent, but in terms of mentally his current status in Formula One. He, again, is very raw to everything that's going on, and he needs help. And there's nothing wrong with a driver needing that, arm around the shoulder type treatment. I think there's other drivers on the grid that benefit from that. I think Charles Leclerc's another driver that is someone who probably needs that at times. I think that's why he likes having Fred Vasseur as team boss, because I think Fred is a lot more of a guy who will be like that. And I think that's why Leclerc probably didn't like Binotto, who was the team boss before him, that much, because Binotto was very robotic, wasn't really, and that's another reason to add to why Binotto wasn't and isn't a good team principal, because I don't think he really knew how to manage the drivers from the mental side. And yeah, I think that's what Antonelli needs, is someone, arm around the shoulder to try and help him through this difficult bit of form that he's going through. I saw, I think, a picture of Lewis Hamilton this morning leaving the Mercedes motorhome, apparently offering some support for Antonelli. Of course, Antonelli was the reserve driver for Mercedes and Hamilton last season when Hamilton was at the team. So yeah, he's going through a difficult moment. Hopefully he can get through it, but I think, again, he does need a bit of support, and I'm not sure Toto Wolff is going to give him the type of support he needs, because I think Toto is the type of guy who is very, very much brutal and just expects his drivers to just get on with it. And I think is more, or he more so likes the Max Verstappen style of driver who just gets on with it. But again, Max is not the way Max is with his mentality. That's not for everyone. So, yeah. Hopefully Antonelli's okay, and we'll see him hopefully have a decent race today. Or possibly, coming into next weekend's race or after the summer break, his form will pick up. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that. Anyway, let's get into the sector time data, which, again, looking at this data, we're going to be looking more for who we think is probably running, a higher downforce setup. Now, in the first sector, it's all about top speed, and Mercedes, the kings, through there yesterday, half a tenth quicker than Ferrari, and then Haas with Ocon, very quick. Albon, quick as well, Gasly, quick, and then from Racing Bulls down, we have the not so quick in the first sector. McLaren and Red Bull, I think, definitely have got a more so wet setup on their car. Mercedes definitely tried to go for glory yesterday with a dry setup, and it didn't work. And it's not going to work, obviously, for them today in the wet, unless of a miracle. So, yeah, Mercedes are in trouble. Ferrari, not so much, as I'll get onto in a moment. But I think Ferrari also went for maybe a slight bit more of a dry setup just to help them a tad in qualifying. But I don't think Ferrari have necessarily gone for a dry, very much a dry setup over a wet setup. I think they've gone pretty balanced with what they are doing. What is interesting, though, is Haas. Now, Ocon, you can see right up there, Ocon running skinny wings, low downforce. In the middle sector, though, look where Haas are with Oliver Bearman. And the thing that's interesting is, Haas quite clearly have split their strategy in terms of car setup for today's race, where Ocon is on a dry setup, very much a dry setup. Meanwhile, Bearman, I think, quite clearly has a wet setup on his car. For two reasons. One, because of this middle sector time being, the third quickest car in the middle sector, pretty clearly, is what do you call it? I think that's pretty clear evidence of that. But also, I went and looked through the speed trap data, and Bearman in the main speed trap was 8 kilometers an hour slower than his own teammate in qualifying. So I'm pretty confident that Bearman has a wet setup on and Ocon has a dry setup on. So probably for today's race in regards to the Haas team, Bearman is the one to watch out for, because looks like it's going to be wet for at least most of the race, and obviously that's going to benefit Oliver Bearman. So keep your eye on the young Brit, who obviously finished 7th in the sprint race. Was showing some promise yesterday, but ultimately couldn't make Q3. But yeah, he's looking promising with that wet setup, I think. So yeah, keep your eye on Bearman. McLaren, no surprise, a lot quicker than everybody else in the middle sector. Red Bull a bit closer in the middle sector than they were in the sprint qualifying, and that is because Red Bull put a lot more wing on their car for the wet race today, so that's why the gap is a bit smaller. Ferrari, though, still half a second away in just the middle sector. Embarrassing to be that far off for Ferrari. Racing Bulls, again, very quick. They should be pretty quick in the race today in the wet. Williams, pretty quick as well in the middle sector. And then you've got Sauber. And then Mercedes, almost a full second off the pace of McLaren in just the middle sector. That is absolutely disgusting as far as I'm concerned. Not quite as disgusting as Aston Martin. A second and a half slower than McLaren in just the middle sector. That is an abomination, quite frankly. Aston Martin have brought some upgrades this weekend and have literally gone to the very back of the grid. So, yeah, I have no idea what they've done to this car, but clearly it has not worked for Aston Martin. But yeah, Mercedes very clearly have got a low wing dry setup on their car. So yeah, Mercedes, I think, given where they are on the grid compared to other front runners, I think they will finish probably comfortably in P5, but they're not going to finish anywhere near, I think, the podium. So yeah, Mercedes in, I wouldn't say big trouble, but I don't think Mercedes are anywhere near where they really, coming into the weekend, I think should have been for this Grand Prix. And then the final sector, Mercedes again, quickest, only just over McLaren. And you got Red Bull, Alpine, Haas up there with Ocon. And then Ferrari, Racing Bull, Sauber Williams, and Aston Martin, quite clearly the slowest team. But in regards to qualifying, McLaren quite clearly were the quickest team. Second quickest team, I think, was Red Bull. I think, again, once everyone does their cleanest laps, I think Red Bull have the quicker car compared to Ferrari. Ferrari, you'd have to say third, fourth quickest. I'd probably say Williams fourth quickest, because Mercedes, again, so slow in the middle part of the lap. So yeah, Williams, you'd have to say the fourth best, ahead of Mercedes fifth. Actually, no, not Mercedes fifth. I'd probably say Racing Bulls were fifth, and then Mercedes sixth, and then Haas seventh, Sauber eighth, Alpine ninth, and then Aston Martin quite clearly the slowest team. That pecking order, though, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the pecking order for the race itself. Another thing to look at, though, in regards to who has a dry setup and who has a wet setup, is the speed trap data. And this speed trap data is from the speed trap located at the end of the Kemmel Straight, which is the highest speed part of the circuit. Alpine, no surprise, they've gone for skinny wings because they have the worst power unit on the grid. So yeah, there's no surprise about that. And then Esteban Ocon, just behind by a kilometre or so. Now again, Behrman was about 7 kilometres an hour slower in the speed trap compared to Ocon. So again, I am very confident Behrman has gone for a wet setup and Ocon has gone for a dry one, which again I think will benefit Oliver Behrman certainly more than Esteban Ocon today. Mercedes pretty clearly went for a dry setup as well. Racing Bulls, I think they did take a tad bit of wing off to be a bit quicker down the straights than they were in sprint qualifying, where they were quite slow. And I think that's what helped them yesterday in qualifying. But I don't think they've necessarily gone for a dry setup. I think their setup is balanced, I would say. And I'd say the same probably for Ferrari and even Red Bull. And probably McLaren as well. Williams, one of the slower top speeds. And that's what it really does make Albon's lap so special. You know, having one of the slowest top speeds in qualifying. Yeah. He ended up fifth on the grid. Really impressive performance, and keep an eye out for Alexander Albon. And then Sauber, and then Aston Martin, the slowest in the speed trap. I hope it's because they've gone for so much wing for this wet race, but I don't think that's the case. I think the reason their top speed's so low is purely because of them being so slow. So there you go. So in terms of who has a dry setup and who has a wet setup, I think Alpine, Mercedes, Ferrari, Haas with one car, I think all have a dry setup. In terms of the wet setup, though, I think Behrman in the Haas has a wet setup. Max has a wet setup. The two McLarens do, and then the Williams, Sauber, and then probably Aston Martin as well. So most cars out there will have a wet setup on. So, yeah. In terms of who's going to suffer today, watch out for Russell, Leclerc maybe, Ocon, and the Alpines, because they look like they've definitely got more of a dry setup on their car. So yeah, keep your eyes peeled on those teams. Now, in terms of race pace, the reason I've not done the calculations for what the race pace was in the sprint race is because obviously the sprint race was dry. This race is going to be wet, so there's no point doing the calculations, let's say, because the data from the sprint race is not meaningful towards this race. So what I've done is I've just displayed here the calculations for the race pace that we saw at Silverstone, because of course the last Grand Prix at Silverstone we also had a wet race. So here we can see who had good pace and who didn't. McLaren clearly ahead of the rest of the field, 0.8 of a second per lap, quicker than the next best car being the Ferrari of Lewis Hamilton. And then Sauber were very quick. Mercedes were decent, nothing special. And then you had Aston Martin, Red Bull with Verstappen. I think Verstappen, though, that pace was skewed quite a bit by the spin and then him being in traffic for quite a bit. So I think there is a bit more pace in the wet with the Red Bull there compared to the rest of the field than what was shown by Max in that Grand Prix. And then Haas, Alpine, and Williams were actually very slow in the wet. Saying that, Alex Albon still finished, I think, in 8th place in that race. So, again, another really great performance by Albon, despite being in a pretty slow car. So, yeah, that was the race pace at Silverstone in wet conditions. Whether it will play out the same, we will have to see. But, yeah, keep your eye on certain teams that did do well in wet conditions 3 weeks ago, because they may be doing well yet again. But finally, before we move on to other subjects, let me do my final race prediction for this Belgian Grand Prix. Again, this prediction is based on if we have a wet race, which, again, we are going to have a wet race. I am pretty confident about that. So let's get on to this prediction. And Oscar Piastri, I think, will take the race win today. Somehow, some way, I think, probably at the start, he will get past Lando Norris and will just about comfortably win the race today from his teammate Norris in second. And then in third, half a minute behind, because McLaren are just so dominant in wet conditions. Max will finish in third. Just behind will be Leclerc fourth. Russell fifth. And in sixth, because Racing Bulls I expect to be very good in the wet, I'm going Liam Lawson sixth for Racing Bulls, because Lawson is, or has more so proven himself in these difficult conditions than Hadjar has. And again, I think that Racing Bulls car will be good in these conditions. So Lawson, I'm going sixth. Lewis Hamilton, I think, will come from the pit lane to finish in seventh. Alexander Albon, I think, will finish in eighth, just ahead of Isaac Hadjar ninth. And Yuki Tsunoda, I think, will finish in P10 for Red Bull. So that's my prediction. Let me know in the chat, guys, your prediction of the race, as we've got just under an hour and a half to go until lights out at Spa. So make sure to get your comments in the chat or get voting in the poll in the chat. Also, make sure to subscribe for more content like this, because we do quali and race watch-alongs for almost every Grand Prix during the season. There you go, hour and 25 minutes to go until the race begins. Make sure to subscribe for more content like this. Smash the like button if you haven't already. We are currently on 13 likes. Let's try and get up to 30 plus likes if we can in the next half an hour. That'd be great if we could do that. So yeah, make sure to do all of that. And most importantly, get your comments in the chat and I'll get to reading them in a moment. One thing I do want to get into quickly is what Pirelli have said in regards to race strategy. Of course, it is very likely to be a wet race, so in terms of what the best strategy is in the dry, probably doesn't matter, but I'll go through it anyway. And, they have not posted it yet, so they are probably adjusting their expectations, let's say, because of this wet race. But if it's going to be wet the whole way through, I think the drivers will use intermediate tyres because the wet tyres are rubbish. They never, if they can get away with it, the drivers tend to not use the wet tyres at all because they just don't have any grip. So yeah, they will probably use the intermediate tyre, and it will probably be, if it's wet the whole way through, it will be a one-stop race, this Belgian Grand Prix, where the drivers will probably pit between lap 17 to 25 for the only pit stop. Yeah, we'll keep our eyes on who does what regarding that, but if we get any more pit stops, it will be because of, switching onto dry tyres or even switching from dries to inters. But most likely, it'll be wet for the entire race. But I'll wait for your comments to load up into the chat, as we've got an hour and 20 minutes or so until the race begins. I just wanted to quickly again go through my channel plans for the next few weeks, in case some of you weren't around yesterday, where I did a quick channel update as to what my content plans are for the next few weeks. So of course, today is race day at Spa. Next week it will be race day in Hungary, and then the day after the Hungarian Grand Prix, the summer break begins. Now, in the summer break, there will be, on this channel, 3 recorded videos. Two of them will be pretty long videos. One of them, maybe not so much, but there will be 3 pretty long videos on the channel coming out during the summer break. One of those will be a driver lineup prediction video. The other one will be a mid-season driver rankings video. And then the final one, which will come out probably a week or so before the Dutch Grand Prix at the very end of August, when we come back from the summer break. That video will be about the championship battle, and it'll be me predicting the rest of the season, essentially. So yeah, that's what that video is going to be. So make sure to check out that content in the summer break. But, of course, we've still got another week until the summer break begins. So I just want to update also what my plans are for the next week or so. So, of course, I'm doing this stream today covering the race. Tomorrow, there will be a podcast episode covering the Belgian Grand Prix. And then, for next week, remember, as I announced yesterday, I will be doing a qualifying watch-along, but I will not be doing a race watch-along. The 2 reasons for that. One, the Hungarian Grand Prix is going to be dry, and normally at the Hungaroring in Budapest, the racing is non-existent around that track if it's dry. So that's one key reason. But also, secondly, McLaren are going to absolutely obliterate everyone in Hungary. So that's the 2 main reasons why there will not be a race watch along next Sunday. But there will be, the day after the Hungarian Grand Prix, so in 8 days from now, there will be a podcast episode reviewing the Hungarian Grand Prix in Budapest. So technically speaking, this race watch along today will be the last race watch along on this channel until at least August the 31st, which is race day for the Dutch Grand Prix. And there is no guarantee I will be doing a race watch along for the Dutch Grand Prix, because that depends also on the weather forecast. So, yeah, the next race watch along is likely to be in about 5 to 6 weeks from now, after today. So, again, just confirmation that next week for Hungary, I will be doing a qualifying watch along only, and I will not be doing a race watch along. So, yeah, apologies about that, but I have other plans, and also next week's race is going to be boring as hell. It just is. It's going to be McLaren domination, and no one's going to be able to overtake. So, yeah. So yeah, today will be the last race watch along for a few weeks. And then, like I said, once we get to the summer break, there'll be those videos. And then when we come back from the summer break, we'll be straight back into the Formula One season with the Dutch Grand Prix and then the Italian Grand Prix the week after. In regards to the Dutch Grand Prix, again, it depends on the weather forecast for the Dutch Grand Prix as to whether I do a race watch along for that one. But one thing I can guarantee is no matter what the forecast is for the Italian Grand Prix at Monza, I will definitely be doing both a quali and race watch along for that Grand Prix in or at Monza. So if I don't do one for the Dutch Grand Prix, it'll definitely be back a week after that at Monza. So yeah, that is an absolute guarantee. So yeah, today could be the last race watch along for a few weeks. But again, they will be back in either late August or very early September. And then, of course, we've got quite a few races to go after the European season is done with. So, yeah, looking forward to the rest of the season. But before I come on to your comments, which I'm going to read out, I think, for the next, say, half an hour or so, I'm just going to have a quick drink of water, and I'll get onto your comments in the next few moments or so. Right, so let's see. Nib saying, "Damn, this guy's sick of me, so he's been off the race watch along." Um, right, let's see what you guys are having to say. And good to see a decent amount of you here already. And again, make sure to vote in the poll if you haven't already. That poll will keep running for just over another hour. And obviously, I'll finish up the poll. What do you call it? Right before we get into the race. But yeah. Hello to all of you. Hope you're all doing well. It's well, the weather here in my part of the UK is not as bad currently at Spa, but it was about a couple hours ago, even worse than it was at Spa. We've had some torrential rain in the southern UK. And yeah, Nib pointing out also that Max also ran low wing at Silverstone, which contributed to his low pace. Yeah. So Max will be a lot quicker today in the wet than he was at Silverstone, but still, I don't think he'll be still on the pace of the McLarens. I think he'll still be probably half a second a lap off the pace, and obviously, and even Max, said it after qualifying that he's going to be preoccupied today with Leclerc and fighting Leclerc for that final podium position. So, yeah. from Max's point of view, if he can finish third, that would be a good result for him in terms of, it being the best result he can possibly get. Because unless, again, of a miracle, there's just no way he can win this race today. I just don't see it. So, yeah. Verstappen, most likely, you'd imagine, going to finish in third. Um, that's bollocks. Good name. Says Oscar consistently better start than Lando. If he gets past on lap one, it might be all over clear track in the wet. Yeah, the start is crucial between the two McLarens, and I think Piastri will get the better of Norris. Like you say, Piastri is a better starter than Norris, more reliable than Lando at the start of a Grand Prix. And I think Piastri will get past, whether it's on the first corner or on the Kemmel Straight. I think Piastri will get past, get into the lead, and not easily run away, but I think he will win relatively comfortably today. Again, yesterday in qualifying, Oscar did not deliver his best lap. He definitely could have gone a bit quicker because, again, his sprint qualifying pole position time was quicker than what Lando did in qualifying yesterday. So clearly there is a bit more pace in Oscar than what he showed. So I'm currently looking at the Sky F1 coverage at Spa. The sun is shining slightly, but the track is still pretty wet. But we are pretty sure, looking at the forecast, we're pretty sure that there is quite a bit more rain on its way, especially towards the start of the race. So, yeah. Nicholas asking, do you think Ferrari could win a race before the season is over? They will. Ferrari will win a race this season, 100%. If, Mercedes have won a race, Max has won. How many races has Max won? Is it 2? Leclerc is good enough, great enough that a race weekend will come where he will be on top form and the car will be as well, and I think he'll get at least one race win. Monza, I think, will be a pretty good chance again. Obviously, he won there last year. I think he'll be right in there this year. Baku, because of how great he is around that circuit, I think he'll be right in the fight for the win there. And then maybe Sao Paulo as well for Ferrari. So I think there's still a few more chances for Ferrari to win a race this season. I'd be really surprised if they don't win a race this year. I'd be very surprised by that, because if you look at, again, Mercedes have won a race this year. I don't see why Ferrari can't, because in the last few races, I mean, Ferrari have been, not that far off at times and have shown some potential, at least in dry conditions. So I think Ferrari can, and I think they will win a race this season. And yeah, I think Monza, Baku, Kota, Sao Paulo, I think those circuits will be the ones where they're really going to fight for the win, as they're just showing the crowd at Spa all covered in coats and that, of course anticipating even more rain. David Brown says F1 needs a new tyre supply, especially for wet weather racing. Unfortunately, Pirelli is there for years and years. You say that, but Pirelli, I think I've only got, is it 2 more years on their contract, and from from what BBC Sports said when they signed their last contract, it is thought that this contract with Pirelli is going to be Pirelli's last contract as the tyre supplier for Formula One. So, yeah, we'll see what happens on that front. But next year should be better with the wet tyres because the tyres are going to be smaller, I think. So it won't be as bad. And the way the cars are next year is better when it comes to the spray as well that's generated from these wet tyres. So it shouldn't be as big of an issue next season. So yeah, we'll see how that plays out. Of course, the first Grand Prix next season is the Australian Grand Prix and Melbourne. So, maybe we'll get another wet race and we'll get to find out straight away what those cars next year are like in wet conditions. Um, right, I'll get on to some more comments of yours in a moment. Let me just I'm just checking social media. Um, so yeah, Pirelli have done a predicted race strategy for the Belgian Grand Prix. This is only, though, if it is a dry race. So if it's a dry race, Pirelli think a two-stop strategy will be the best strategy, which is starting on the soft tyre and then pitting and going on to two new sets of mediums for the rest of the race. So, yeah, if we have a dry race, then a two-stop strategy is what Pirelli think, which is not a surprise. We normally have a two-stop race here at Spa. Again, though, in these conditions, unless it really, unless it's dry, wet a lot, if it's consistently wet, it should be just a one-stop race. And also, just been sent a weather radar. And yeah, definitely quite a bit more rain on the way at Spa. I think I saw a tweet by someone earlier saying there was a 95% chance of rain at the start of the race. So, yeah, there is more rain to come, no doubt about it. Hello to Bravum. Good to see you now. Um, MW Clutch says, I'm just hoping for the McLaren to give us a good fight. Might turn into a Suzuka otherwise. I mean, today very much could be decided, um, today's race in terms of the fight between the two McLarens. It could very much be decided on that first lap, but I think that's more so just the conditions, unfortunately. Because it is a lot easier, especially with these cars, to be in the lead and have no spray. It's way easier. And it has been in general when it comes to racing in the wet, period, but especially with these cars. So, yeah. Hello to Astro. Good to see you. Hello to Polish Eddie. Um, Nicholas says, what would be the best rain race in F1? I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that. I'm not sure if you're meaning what is the best wet race we've had in Formula One. The best wet race I've seen in Formula One, and I've been watching since the end of 2011. The best wet race I could remember would probably still be Hockenheim 2019, which thankfully I was able to do. Me and Nib were able to cover that race here. 6 years ago? It was around this time of year as well. What a mental race that was. Yeah, that's probably the best one that I can remember. There's been quite a few. Obviously Malaysia 2012, Hungary 2014 was another classic, even though it was only wet for like 10 laps in that race. What other great wet races did we have? I mean, the last Grand Prix at Silverstone. The Grand Prix at Silverstone last year, 2024, that was a true classic. And the race in Canada last year as well. So yeah, there's quite a few to choose from. Turkey 2020, that's another one. But I'd say probably the 2019 German Grand Prix at Hockenheim, I think, is probably the one that comes to mind immediately as being probably the best that I've seen live. But in terms of the best wet race of all time, because of course I have gone back and watched plenty of old F1 races, I think Silverstone 2008 was a really great one. The British Grand Prix where Hamilton won by nearly a whole lap over the whole field. You had many great wet races in the 2000s. Obviously the 90s as well, but yeah, 2008 British Grand Prix got to be right up there. Japanese Grand Prix at Fuji in 2007. Hungary 2006, where Jenson Button got his first win from 14th on the grid. That was a absolute classic as well. Was it Brazil 2003, where Fisichella won for Jordan? Again, there's so many great ones, but yeah, in terms of the best one I've seen live, 2019 German Grand Prix, I think just about would still hold it out over the rest for just pure drama. Hello to Rux and no problem saying late schedule clash. Um, Bruce Cox says the F3 race this morning got cut short thanks to the rain, as there were lots of crashes even behind the safety car. Yeah, I mean, it's not super relevant in terms of what's going to happen in this F1 race, because the F3 race does take place very early in the morning in the schedule compared to when the F1 race starts. It's like 5 or 6 hours early compared to the F1 race. So in terms of the worst of the rain, maybe it was earlier, maybe it's yet to come, but yeah, I did see that the F3 race was pretty much cancelled. And then the F2 race, they were able to do almost the whole race. And then it was red flagged with a couple laps to go. Porsche Super Cup race was all good. And the track was actually looked dry in a lot of places. at the end of that Porsche Super Cup race. So Hungary 21 says Nib. Yeah, that's one I've honestly forgot about. Even though, again, it was only wet for what, the first 5 laps or so, but technically you could count that as well. I think the great thing though about that 2021 season is we had so many great races and great racing, but in that year 2021, from what I remember, we didn't really have that much wet racing. Imola was a wet race. It was good. I wouldn't say it was a great race, but yeah, we had so many dry races in 2021 and they were so regularly good. Sometimes you need a few wet races in a year to really spice things up. But there are some seasons where dry or wet, it's just exciting no matter what. And 2021 was one of those seasons. 2021, definitely one of the best Formula One seasons we've had in recent memory. No doubt about that. Astro's saying or asking, did you see the one and only Donington race Senna won, Chazza? I've seen highlights of it. I've not watched the actual race because the thing is with that race is even though the conditions were very changeable, it kept drying up, going wet, drying up, going wet, and I think Senna, who ended up winning that race, obviously ended up pitting 5 or 6 times. But after the start, where Senna overtook all those cars, he just ran off into the distance and won easily. There was no real fight after that. So, I mean, it was a display of amazing driving, but I wouldn't say the race itself was necessarily an exciting one. Um, Obviously, talking about wet races here at Spa, how could we forget the Belgian Grand Prix that took place in the year I was born, 1998, where only 7 cars, I think, finished, and only, I think, 4 or 5 of them were on the lead lap. And obviously, that was Jordan who won that race, 1-2 finish. Obviously, uh, Eddie Jordan passed away earlier this year. Hopefully, there's some sort of tribute from someone out there for him for this weekend's race, given that, it's the first Belgian Grand Prix since his passing. And of course, that was such a epic moment for him and that team. But yeah, the start of that race in 98 is still one of the most amazing and shocking things that we've ever seen. When I saw it for the first time, I thought it was a joke. I thought it was somehow manipulated, the video or something, when I first saw it when I was like, what, 13, 14. I just couldn't believe it. But yeah, what a crazy race that was. One thing, though, about this Grand Prix today being in the wet is, and Spa, even in the dry, it's a driver's circuit, but in the wet, it's really going to show who is, at least at the moment, really performing well and who isn't, and who still, has what it takes at whatever level. For example, up front, you know, if Max Verstappen was to, do what Michael Schumacher used to do back in the day and just absolutely smash everyone in the wet, it would just be another addition to the case for many that Max is the greatest of all time. So, yeah, really going to be an interesting race from that perspective to see in terms of the top drivers who really shines today in these conditions. Because, again, we've not had a wet race here at Spa, a proper wet race in so long in Formula One, that a lot of drivers on the grid, even ones that have been around for quite a few years, have not raced around here in the wet at Spa. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting showcase in terms of that. Imola 21, the Hamilton disaster class, saying there, yeah, the where he tried what was it, lapping a car and went off into the barrier and got, I will say, quite lucky that that big crash with Russell and Bottas happened right after, because if that had not happened, Hamilton was going to finish in like 9th place, because he ended up going a lap down from that touch with the barriers and then getting stuck for about a minute or so. As we have got, what, 53 minutes to go until we're underway for this Grand Prix. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go through a few more of your comments. Then I'm going to do a quick roundup of the teams and how I think they should all perform. Then a quick reminder of my predictions. I'll also post a link of the stream out. And then in about 25 minutes from now, I'm going to bring Nib on to get his thoughts ahead of the race. And then, of course, we'll both commentate and bring you the Belgian Grand Prix at Spa. Yeah, if you haven't already, smash a like button. Make sure to subscribe for more content like this. We're on 35 likes. Let's try and get up to 50 plus likes if we can in the next half an hour or so. Dane says, in my brain, in the rain, Piastri win, Norris second, Max third. In my heart, Max and Lewis kept top 2 while both McLarens crash into each other. And yeah, Dane saying, I can see McLaren running away and Max gets third. I think, yeah, it's going to be similar to what we saw, not at Silverstone, but more so at Melbourne, where in that race, Max was running a normal setup and, yeah, was about half a second a lap on average off the pace of the two McLarens, who were just easily too quick in that particular Grand Prix in those conditions. And I think that's what we'll see today. Again, unless Max has some incredible start or something, I just don't see how he can even get in there with the McLarens. So, yeah, it should be, yet again, McLaren domination. McLaren obviously had that race in Canada, which was about 6 weeks ago or so, where they didn't even get on the podium. And since then, they've had 2 1-2 finishes where they have absolutely dominated in Austria, Silverstone, and looks like they're probably going to do the same here, and probably next week in Hungary as well. McLaren definitely, and it's because of renewed upgrades that they've brought in the last month or so, they've definitely took another step forward compared to where they were, say, 6 to 8 weeks ago. And that's why McLaren is still just too good. Doesn't mean they're going to win every race between now and the end of the season. That's not going to happen. I'm pretty sure Ferrari will get a win. I think Max will probably win another couple races before the end of the season. Maybe George Russell will get another one as well. So, it's not the end of the world in terms of that. But, yeah, McLaren are just too good. And realistically, I think the next Grand Prix where they'll be properly challenged for victory will be the Italian Grand Prix at Monza. Saying that, that Grand Prix, I think they'll still be pretty strong, given how good they were there last year. Astra saying, my prediction: Piastri to win with wet race chaos. Hulk to finish second, back-to-back podiums. Behrman third, Hamilton fourth, Sainz fifth, Alonso sixth, Tsunoda seventh, Bortoletto eighth, Antonelli ninth. Only 9 cars finish. That would be amazing if that happened, but yeah, I just don't see it realistically coming true. But I mean, we have had a couple races, especially I think in the wet, in the last 10 years where we've only had 10 or 11 cars finish. That race, for example, in Hungary in 2021, we only had, I think, 10 cars or 11 cars finish. There was that race at the, what was it? The US Grand Prix 2015, where that was where Lewis Hamilton won his 3rd world championship. I think that race only 10 cars finished. So it's not impossible, but it would have to be a pretty mental race and start for that to happen. But let me see if I can find a couple more comments and then we'll go through the teams. Yeah, Fuji 1976 was certainly a classic. That's obviously the race where James Hunt won his only world championship. Olivier Panis winning Monaco in the rain. Yeah, that was what? Almost, or next year will be 30 years since that Grand Prix. Yeah, I think that race only 3 cars finished on the lead lap. I think it was, and I think only 5 or 6 cars finished overall. But yeah, we've had some absolutely mental races in the wet in Formula One history. Hopefully today's another one of those. We can add another chapter to that. But ultimately, and that's the beauty of wet races in Formula One, you just don't know what is going to happen. Who would have thought 3 weeks ago that Nico Hulkenberg was going to come from the back of the grid to finish 3rd and finally take his first Formula One podium, especially given how it was literally the least likely weekend for the podium to happen, and it happened. So yeah. Um Astra making a great point. Didn't think predicting Hulk 4th last race was realistic, yet he finished 3rd. Absolutely. And I think it's Crystal in the chat saying 2008 Spa ended in a huge penalty for Hamilton. A huge bullshit penalty for Hamilton, if I may say. That penalty was just, yeah, one of the biggest farces Formula One has seen in recent years. That penalty that he got, that was true, unadulterated Ferrari international assistance, that Grand Prix. But yeah, Hamilton. I think Lewis still personally counts that race as a win for himself, which I don't blame him because he was the absolute fair winner of that race. But anyway, keep your comments coming. we'll probably get to some more before the race, as we've got 45 minutes remaining. Let me just quickly, though, go through the teams and do a quick roundup of how they should all be performing today and what results they should be aiming for in this Grand Prix. McLaren, again, with how good they are on the wet, if they don't finish first and second, then it's a failure for them. I mean, if they still win, obviously they'll be very happy, but they should be not just finishing first and second, they should be really comfortably running away with this race. In terms of who wins, though, going to come down, I think, probably to the start. I, again, favour Oscar Piastri because I just think in race-type situations, he's better than Lando Norris. And I think he'll prove that again at the start of this one. Ultimately, though, we'll see what happens. Of course, it is a crucial race in the World Championship. We'll see. Sorry about that. I just started choking out of nowhere. Yeah, in terms of who comes out on top, it is important for the championship because Oscar Piastri this season has, I think, 5 race wins to his name. Lando Norris is now sat on 4 race wins. And as I said earlier in the season, normally, if you win the most races in a Formula 1 season, you go on to win the championship. So, in terms of who wins today, it is very important because if Lando wins today, he will equal or go level with Oscar Piastri for 5 wins apiece in 2025. Meanwhile, for Oscar Piastri, if he can win, it'll be a 6th win and he'll stay 2 wins ahead of Lando Norris. So, in terms of who wins today, and not just today, but this Grand Prix and the next one in Hungary, these 2 races very, very important for the Drivers' Championship battle, especially carrying the momentum going forward for the rest of the season. But today, yeah, McLaren should dominate. Red Bull, yeah, they can only get on the podium today, unless, again, Max Verstappen can perform a miracle. Then, yeah, 3rd is all it's going to be for Verstappen and Red Bull, which is not the end of the world. That's just where Red Bull are. They don't have the pace of McLaren, unfortunately. So yeah, Max, I think, finishes most likely in 3rd place. I am interested to see what Yuki Tsunoda can do now he's had a good qualifying session where they can keep that confidence going and maybe have a good race. Hopefully he can, because there has been some race performances from him as of late which have been very poor. Him finishing last of all the runners, crashing into people. So, yeah, I really hope today can be better from Tsunoda. But, yeah, podium is the best you're going to see. I would be amazed if they can win the race today. And the same really for Ferrari. They don't have the pace to win this Grand Prix. Their car in wet conditions is nowhere near the pace of McLaren. So, yeah, a podium is the best they can get. If they get that, then that's I wouldn't say a good result, but it would be a decent takeaway from a weekend which has been pretty difficult. Started out pretty difficult with them, quite far off the pace. Obviously had a sprint race that was quite poor. So, yeah, Ferrari, if they can get a podium today, that would be great. I think it's possible Leclerc will have to absolutely drive the wheels off the thing to get onto 3rd today. But, yeah, it's definitely a possibility. For Lewis Hamilton, unless he gets very lucky, I think he is probably going to finish around 7th, 8th, something like that at best. Unfortunately, his qualifying effort and the mistake he made in violating track limits has put him in the position he's in, where if he had actually qualified where he should have qualified, which is probably P5, then you could say today that he'd have a decent chance at finishing on the podium, but he blew it yesterday in qualifying. So yeah, Ferrari, a podium is possible, but whether they can get it, again, it's going to be a close fight between them and Verstappen. Mercedes, they've gone for a dry setup. I'd be surprised if they're on the podium. I think George Russell will probably finish in P5, a distant P5, where he'll be probably nowhere near the cars ahead and comfortably ahead of the cars behind. The best they can do today, given the circumstances of the setup they've gone with. For Antonelli, he's had a difficult weekend. I really hope we can see something positive today. A points finish would be good, and hopefully give him some sort of confidence, because his confidence right now is on the floor. He's not scored that many points in the last few races, so he needs something from this Grand Prix. Points are possible. It depends on how he performs, though, so we'll see, ultimately, with the young Italian. Aston Martin are absolute shit. They're at the back. They're not going to do anything. Alpine have gone for a dry setup, and they are quite low down on the grid, so they're also not going to do anything. Haas are interesting. Esteban Ocon has gone for a low wing, pretty dry setup, but then Oliver Behrman right behind him, quite clearly on a wet setup. So we will see what this does for the Haas F1 team. Behrman has to be the driver to look out for outside of, I think, the top 6-7 cars on the grid. So we'll see ultimately, what he can do if he truly does have that wet setup. And the reason I'm excited to see what Behrman can do is because, as we've got just under 40 minutes to go into the race, and I'm just looking at the broadcast now, and some real dark clouds coming in at Spa. So yeah, it looks like we're going to have a big rain shower coming in the next half an hour. If Behrman can have a really strong, great race today, that really will add a lot of value to his, or it will add a lot of stock to his name, because having a really strong race around a proper driver's circuit like this in, difficult wet conditions really will add something to his reputation. So we'll see whether Behrman can really show his true potential today with potentially a very quick car. So watch out for Oliver Behrman for the Haas team. And keep your eye on Racing Bulls. In the corners, they've had probably consistently the best midfield car all weekend. They're 8th and 9th on the grid. Hadjar in 8th, Lawson in 9th. They should score points with both cars. Whether they can finish in the top 6 or 7, we'll have to see. Of course, I predicted Lawson to finish in the top 6, mainly because Lawson has shown to be good at these conditions before. With Isaac Hadjar, he's been good this season, but this is really a race to really show his true quality, or, what he can do at his best. Because, again, this is a circuit where the drivers really show their why they are so good. And Hadjar, this season, in the 2 wet races we've had, hasn't really done anything. So, yeah, this is a good race for Hadjar to really show just how good he can be. So we'll watch out for him in this particular Grand Prix. But yeah, watch out for the 2 Racing Bulls. I fancy them to be pretty strong. Williams, I've got Alex Albon up in 5th. I think Albon definitely finishes in the points today, but I think he'll have quite a bit more of a struggle today than what he would have had if it was in dry. The Williams in the wet just is not the same quality of car. So Albon, again, will finish in the points, but I think we'll have a much more difficult day than what he had yesterday. Will be closer to the back end of the top 10 than where he is on the grid. Carlos Sainz starting from the pit lane in 17th. Hopefully he can try and do something from there, but yeah, Williams at least have got one car properly in play. And for Sauber, of course, Nico Hulkenberg has been the master lately of coming from low grid positions. He's 14th on the grid, which is a lot higher than he's been the last couple of races. We'll see what he can do. Gabriel Bortoletto is in the top 10. Hopefully he can score points. That would be an impressive result around here in these difficult conditions. But yeah, Sauber, I would be surprised if they maintain a top 10 and finish in the points, given there are so many more likely point scorers, I think, out there in this race today. But let me go through my final race prediction yet again. McLaren, I think, will get a 1-2. Oscar Piastri, I think, will win from Lando Norris. And then Max Verstappen, I'm going in third, with Leclerc fourth, Russell fifth, and then Lawson sixth, Hamilton seventh, Albon eighth, Isaac Hadjar ninth, and Yuki Tsunoda, I think, will finish in P10. So there you go. Wrong slide. We have got 34 minutes to go until the race begins. So I'm going to bring Nib on probably in about 5 minutes, as all the cars are just touring around the track. And obviously are on their way to the grid. They're all getting a good feel for how the conditions are. The thing is, though, looks like we're going to have a load of rain. So the track is going to be in quite a bit worse condition probably when the race starts in half an hour compared to now. So this, whatever data they're collecting now, I'm not sure it's going to be too useful. Nib saying looking forward to playing PGA 2K during the 1 hour red flag delay. Fingers crossed that we don't have too many delays today. We don't want to suffer and relive what happened 4 years ago, where I did my infamous race watch-along stream, which lasted, what was it, 4.5 hours, I think it lasted, where we sat here forever and nothing happened. So, fingers crossed that doesn't happen today. But I mean, we will get, a safety car or something like that at some point. Of course, that's going to happen. Especially, a wet race around Spa. It's inevitable, as we're just looking at the two Ferraris coming out one final time out of the garage, as they need to be out of the pit lane in the next couple minutes, which they will be, and then they'll come around to the grid as the rain is now starting to fall. Nib says, brother, we are reliving. But yeah, we'll see what happens, and fingers crossed. Like I said, it's not as bad as maybe some are expecting. Anyway, let me what do you call it? Post a link of the stream out one final time, and then we will bring Nib onto stream. So let me just do this quick. Come join us here to watch along a classic wet race. There you go. And hopefully we'll get a few more hopping on before the race gets underway. So, brother, I'm saying I'm not sure I have enough coffee in the house. Yeah, it's it could be a long one, but let's hope that we actually get a race, because again, what happened 4 years ago was again very traumatic in terms of waiting around for eventually nothing. Anyway, let me just adjust a couple things, and then we'll bring on Nib. So let me just get Discord open. Right, are you there?
Hello.
Yeah, there you are. How are you?
Pretty good, my mate. How are you?
Pretty knackered, to be honest. So I'm really hoping there's not a long delays today because I not had a lot of sleep, to be honest. Um, I mean, I saw you just sent me a weather forecasting. Are you expecting long delays here, or you know?
There's definitely going to be at least one long delay. Yeah. Like, they've put out like a moderate thunderstorm warning until about Monday morning. So, yeah, it's not looking good, especially say about 20 minutes into the race. That's when it looks like the really heavy rain is going to hit.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Hopefully, again, if we do have a delay, hopefully it's not massively long, but we'll see how the rain plays out. Um, but in regards to this race, of course, we have McLaren on the front row, Lando Norris on pole, Oscar Piastri second, which is a bit of a change from how it's been really all weekend. Piastri has been normally quicker than Lando. In this race today, are you expecting Piastri to be the quicker man and it to go back to how it's been for most of the weekend, or do you think it'll be a lot closer? Because Piastri, after the first day or so of the weekend, was looking miles ahead of Lando, but yeah, it looked quite a bit close, obviously, in qualifying. So, are you expecting a lot better from Oscar today than what we saw yesterday, or will it just be, in general, a very close race between the McLarens?
Well, I certainly hope so, because, yeah, I wasn't quite expecting a Norris pole, especially after how Friday went. It was 4 tenths in. I was half over half a second in FP1, and then 4 tenths in quali. So yeah, I was expecting maybe a little bit closer, but not for Norris to be on pole. Norris did a good job. Credit to him. Um, but if you go back, I mean, to the two ret races we've had so far this year, I'd say Oscar was quicker in both of them. Melbourne, it was pretty close. Like there would be only a couple of tenths in it, but um, of course, he has to get it done early, and as Sky has just come back, it's absolutely pelting down, and Ferrari said it's going to stay at this level for 30 to 40 minutes. So yeah, let's see if we even get started on time. But as they've got all their everything set up, all their tents set up on the grid now to keep the cars dry. We are now properly reliving 4 years ago.
Yeah. And yeah, the Ferrari engineer saying, as you said, 35, 40 minutes of this rain, which would be about well, if the race was dry, that'd be like into like lap 5 or whatever of the race. So yeah, there is a pretty decent chance of the start being delayed by, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes or so. So we'll see what happens as it's really starting to fall at Spa. As Martin Brundle and Nico Rosberg looks like they're doing the grid walk with their umbrellas. And then yeah, just behind we've got Leclerc and Verstappen. Um, in terms of Verstappen, what did you think of his performance in the sprint race? Of course, the sprint wasn't very exciting, but the job I thought Max did in the sprint was great in terms of utilizing what he had and getting into the lead. And yeah, the job he did to hold on ahead of the McLarens, I thought was great. What have you thought of Max's weekend?
Yeah, I mean, it was a very good start to his Saturday. I mean, Max only really made one mistake in that whole entire sprint race, and that was when he went a little bit deep at the bus stop chicane. But because of how good of an exit out of turn one he got every single time, and just in general how fast the Red Bull was down a straight line compared to the McLaren, he was able to pretty comfortably in the end hold off Oscar Piastri. Um, but I think at the start of the race we thought maybe his tyres would go off, but no, Max did a brilliant job at managing those in the sprint race, and yeah, took home a nice 8 points there for himself, which a funny stat at the time, well, depressing stat if you're a Red Bull fan, was that those 8 points that Max scored in the sprint race was more than the second Red Bull driver had scored all season. Um, so that was quite depressing. That was quite a cute moment as Martin walked past his son there on the grid. Um, and then Quali, he made a bit of an uncharacteristic mistake out of Lassour's lots of wheel spin, and that ultimately cost himself starting in P3 today, and you'd be pretty annoyed. And as you mentioned earlier, for sure, the Red Bull was probably the second fastest car yesterday, but Max just made a bit of a mistake, and Charles, as he always does, typically in qualifying, put in a great lap. So yeah, started off well, and then not such a great end to Saturday for Max, but by no means end the world.
No, Max still has plenty of chances today to get onto the podium. And yeah, Max had an absolutely brilliant performance in the sprint, but unfortunately, the McLarens still he couldn't get near pole yesterday, as it is absolutely properly pouring it down on the grid. Umbrellas absolutely everywhere as they're just going past their Sonoda in the Red Bull. Talking of Red Bull, of course, there was some big news regarding Red Bull during this 3 week break we've had since the last Grand Prix, which, of course, is Christian Horner being sacked by Red Bull. As far as I'm concerned, too little, too late. What was your or what is your reaction though to that news? Do you think they should have maybe done this change later or sooner? But and also, say in the next or the short term, do you think this is going to have any effect on next year for Red Bull with now Laurent Marquis as the team boss?
Yeah, I think we share very similar thoughts on this. That this was very much too little, too late. They've already lost so many good people from Red Bull. Wheatley, um, Newey, Rob Marshall. They've lost three pretty key people from the team, and it's been a pretty costly decision, in my opinion, to keep Horner on board. It's certainly unsettled the Verstappen camp. Horner staying during the power struggle that occurred during last season. Um, do I think that Horner going is a huge factor? No, but it is a factor, I think. Um, One key decision that Mekis has already made was that Verstappen had a spare floor, which was the same spec of the new one that he has on his car at the moment. It's Jensen at the Grand Prix and not on Sky. This is a tragedy.
Yeah.
Um, but he's actually given that to Yuki for this weekend. And what would you know? Sonoda's put in his by far his best performance so far in the Red Bull. So it's a bit of a key decision that he's made, and you'd say it's been the right one because Sonoda's been really struggling, and bang, makes that call, and Sonoda's immediately much closer to Max. So not a huge factor for next season, but I think definitely a factor. And Mekis is off to a pretty solid start, you'd say.
Yeah, I mean, so obviously, Sonoda is going to have a better relationship with McKees, considering that I think Laurent was at the Racing Bulls team for a couple years before, obviously, this Red Bull things happened. And obviously, Laurent knows Yuki a lot better than Christian did. So, thankfully, from Sonoda's point of view, that working relationship is probably going to help him to a degree. But yeah, no matter what people think of the allegations themselves and whether, what should have happened, Red Bull should not have chose to stick with Horner over the people that ended up leaving the team, because the people that left the team were more important to Red Bull's success than Horner was himself. Horner made some brilliant decisions in his time. Not gonna deny that, but once those people were at the team, again, they were more important to the actual success of Red Bull than he was. And I think, his ego got in the way during that whole power struggle, and Red Bull have just messed it up, this whole situation, and it's long term, it is going to cost them in these next few years. Next season, I think Red Bull are likely to be a midfield team, because I don't think the whole Ford thing is going to work, at least straight away. And I don't think they'll get aerodynamically the regulations necessarily that correct. So yeah, Red Bull, I don't have high hopes for whatsoever. So going to be a tough period coming up for Red Bull after this season. And if they do win another race this season, it could be the last win they have for quite a while at Red Bull. So yeah, I think I don't know if you talked about it, but there is rumors that Christian Horner could be coming back to Formula One, possibly with Alpine, which that would be mental if that happened. I do think he'll come back to Formula One. I just don't see him as someone who's just gonna go away and not come back. And plus, I think he's still young enough that he could still easily do a job. Except for Alpine, which I just don't see that happening. Where else do you think he could go?
I'm not too sure. So I was laughing there because Rosberg trying to antagonize Yoss, and it's like this is just never ever going to end well. And Nico's like, "Oh, you're quiet now," and Yoss is like, "I always am." It's like, "Oh, brother." Um, I'm not sure. I mean, I get the whole Alpine thing because he's always been reasonably close to Flavio and had a pretty good relationship with him. So it could be one of those teams. I'm not. I don't know. I mean, there was those links to Ferrari earlier in the season, but I don't think that will happen now. I mean, Red Bull, just to go further back, but Red Bull really should have in February 2024 um made Wheatley the team principal. I
Yeah.
think I think what he's already done at Sauber shows that should have been a pretty straightforward decision. Um, and they mucked that up, but still, they had a good guy at Racing Bulls, and Mekis, I'm sure will do a pretty good job.
Yeah, we'll see ultimately with Horner where he ends up. I think there is a decent chance he might end up, maybe not immediately, but Cadillac maybe in the future. Um, and also there is still rumors of another new team coming to the grid that I know the FIA president, who shall remain nameless, um, he keeps bagging on about. Maybe he comes back in the form of that team, whoever that 12th team is, if we do get a 12th team on the grid. But one thing is for sure, definitely before the end of this decade, Christian Horner will be back in Formula One as a team principal. It's just a matter of when and who that team is. It's not going to be one of the top teams. Absolutely no way. But he will be back in Formula One at some point. So we'll see ultimately what happens with that. Um, but as the national anthem now begins to play, quickly, what's your prediction then for this race? Who are you going for your top three?
I'm being pessimistic for the first time in my prediction life here on the channel. Norris is going to win the Grand Prix, followed by Piastri in second, Verstappen in third, which seems boring, and I don't think we're going to get that result ultimately, but that's just what I want to predict because I'm boring and I'm not like Astro. I wish I could come up with these mental predictions like Astro could.
Yeah. I mean, Astro was nearly correct with the last Grand Prix, having Hulkenberg in fourth. He had
I'm glad
last
Astro
time.
wasn't.
Yeah. As yeah, the rain, just to update people in chat, rain still absolutely pouring down. But this rain, this band of rain, there should be a break from it probably in about 20, 25 minutes. But then there's even more to come. Yeah, I'm still sticking with what did I go with? Piastri, Norris, and Verstappen. Hopefully, it's a lot more wild than that, but ultimately, we'll need to find out. As typically, it is absolutely pouring down at Spa, and there are umbrellas absolutely everywhere. But at the minute, even though we've only got 13 minutes to go until the race starts, there hasn't been any sort of message yet that we'll have a delayed start. I'm pretty sure we will, but we still haven't heard anything in regards to that. So yeah, we will see. Hopefully, we can at least maybe get a couple laps behind the safety car to start with, as Anthony Davidson just on a sky pad showing the lack of visibility. Anyway, Crystal saying Piastri, Norris, Max for the top three. Toto suspecting Horner is going to join the FIA. I don't see that happening, especially with the allegations which are still tied to his name, and that will hurt definitely from a PR point of view. That will hurt his case if he did run for FIA president. I still think ultimately, if there's a team boss currently on the grid that's going to get that role, it's going to be Toto, 100%. In terms of when that happens, though, I don't know. But yeah, I don't see Horner as being FIA president. Maybe he comes back and does the role that Domenicali does, because I know Bernie, when he was in that role, earmarked him for that years ago. So maybe that is what he comes back as. But yeah, he'll definitely come back to Formula One. I don't think he'll be going to the FIA. Brabham saying Horner and Toto combine forces and work together. No chance. Let me see if I can find a couple more comments.
Let's not get that started. I'd love to, but we can't do that.
Yeah. What was it? Astro was just saying a good riddance to Horner, which I know there's plenty of people that feel that way in regards to him. He definitely wasn't F1's favourite, but yeah. And as Crystal saying, Hamilton starting in the pit lane, new power unit. That's the reason he's in the pit lane. But obviously, the real reason he started from the pit lane is to put on a wet setup. Same for Sainz, Antonelli, Alonso. So that's why they're starting from the pit lane, because obviously they're out of position and there's nothing to lose starting from the pit lane. And plus, they get a new engine, which helps them penalty wise later in the season. As we're just seeing there, Alexander Albon about to get in his Williams. What a drive from him, as he is 5th on the grid, as there is Esteban Ocon 11th. But Let me see if I can find a couple more comments before we get to the race. We've still got a poll running in the chat. I'll give you guys probably 2 or 3 more minutes before I finish up the results of that poll. Make sure to smash a like button. We're on 50 likes as it stands. Let's try and get up to 70 plus if we can in the next 10 minutes or so. That'd be great if we could. Sarah Gara says Leclerc first, Norris second, Piastri third. Still waiting for this big performance from Leclerc that I've yet to properly see since Abu Dhabi 2024. I will say with Leclerc, he's had some good wet weather races, but he hasn't had that. I wouldn't say he's had a really great one necessarily that I can remember, and I don't think he's won a race in wet conditions. Very unlikely to win today because the Ferrari is just nowhere near the McLaren in wet conditions. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Astra saying thought Briatore was done and never coming back too, but yeah, well, that's still an absolute disgrace that that's allowed to happen, but that's unfortunately just the way things are. But I think we'll just quickly, now we've got just over 500 votes, we'll finish up the poll in the chat. 519 votes on the poll asking who will win the 2025 Belgian Grand Prix, and 32% of you have gone for Max Verstappen. It'd be some drive if he does win today. 27% for Norris, 24% for Piastri, and 16% for Charles Leclerc. But now, let's get into... or actually, let me just read out a couple more comments, then we'll get into some final things before the Grand Prix. Rounded Protocol says Horner won't come back. I'd be surprised if that happens. Let's just scroll up a sec. Dane says, thing is, Leclerc is so bad in the wet, look at Silverstone. I don't think he's bad in the wet. There have been examples where he's not done that great, but I think sometimes it does depend on the team and the car. And Ferrari were a mess at Silverstone in the race, especially when it comes to what tyres they were going on to and starting on and all of that business. So that definitely did not help Leclerc's case. But let's now go on to a couple final things before lights out here at Spa. Firstly, championship standings, which are slightly different after the sprint race. Oscar Piastri comes into this race 9 points clear of Lando Norris. Max Verstappen in third, Russell fourth, Leclerc fifth, Hamilton sixth, Antonelli seventh, Alex Albon eighth, Hulkenberg ninth, and Esteban Ocon scored a few points in the sprint, and he's still P10 impressively. On the constructor side, McLaren are, I think, almost 250 points clear of the next team being Ferrari. Mercedes third, Red Bull slight bit closer in fourth, Williams still comfortable in fifth, with Sauber sixth, and then Racing Bull seventh, Aston Martin eighth, Haas ninth. Only 6 points separating those 4 teams from Sauber in sixth to Haas in ninth, and then Alpine in 10th, who are 16 points behind the team ahead of them, Haas in 9th. Let's go on to the teams, though, and some key stats regarding them coming into this race. For McLaren, their last win at Spa was 13 years ago with Jenson Button in 2012. Can they get a win today at Spa? In the last 20 years, they've only won 3 times at Spa. Last year, it was 2nd and 5th. They were so close to victory. Surely they'll go one step better today. For Red Bull, their last win at Spa was 2 years ago with Max Verstappen, who has won here 3 times previously. Red Bull have won 3 times in the last 10 years at Spa. Last year, 4th and 7th it was in the race, which of course was not a good result. Can they go a slight bit better, get onto the podium this time? For Ferrari, their last win at Spa was 6 years ago with Charles Leclerc, an emotional weekend where Leclerc took his first Formula One victory 6 years ago. 2 wins for the team at Spa since 2015. Last year, it was 3rd and 6th. That'd be a pretty good result today. Can they replicate it? Mercedes, their last win at Spa, of course, was last year, 2024, with Lewis Hamilton. On track, they did actually finish 1st and 2nd until George Russell was disqualified. They have been the most successful team here at Spa in the last 10 years. 5 wins. And yeah, last year, they won the race, but Russell got disqualified. They'll have to do something absolutely incredible to get anywhere near the win today. But let's go through now your starting grid for the 2025 Belgian Grand Prix at Spa. On the front row, an all McLaren front row, Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri. On the second row, Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen, previous 3-time winner here. On the third row, good friends Alexander Albon and George Russell. On the fourth row, teammates from earlier this year at Racing Bulls, Yuki Tsunoda and Isaac Hadjar. And then completing the top 10, Liam Lawson and Gabriel Bortoleto. Just outside of the top 10, the 2 Haas's of Esteban Ocon and Oliver Behrman. 13th and 14th, you've got Pierre Gasly and Nico Hülkenberg, who's finishing the points here many times. 15th and 16th, Franco Colapinto and Lance Stroll. And then, starting in the pit lane, Carlos Sainz in 17th, Lewis Hamilton in 18th. And then the last 2 cars for the whole field, and starting also from the pit lane, Kimi Antonelli and Fernando Alonso, who amazingly still has never won at Spa. So that is your starting grid for the Belgian Grand Prix. McLaren, again, locking out the front row. First front row lockout for McLaren here at Spa in 26 years. And the last time they locked out the front row here, they got a 1-2 as well. We'll see if they can do that today, as it will be a 44-lap race. And no message, I believe, Nib, as to whether we're having a delayed start, have we?
No, just formation lap behind the safety car.
Right. So at least we're having that. And we'll see what the conditions are like, as we're only about 90 seconds or so away from the formation lap getting underway. As, yeah, it is pretty wet here at Spa. And all the drivers will be probably on the full wet tyre. I'll wait to see confirmation of that once we get underway on this formation lap. As, yeah, race control confirming formation lap will be started behind the safety car.
The teams are anticipating a delayed start. The rain is starting to ease off, though, but heavy rain going to come down about an hour into the Grand Prix.
Right. Well, we've got another minute or so before the formation lap begins, so we'll see if race control say anything. Looks like the teams are acting like normal. They're about to take the tyre blankets fully off, as the crowd prepared for this Grand Prix. Rain still pouring, as the fans, many of them up in the hills. As the tyre blankets come away, and I'm pretty sure everyone is on the intermediates, because again, the full wets had just a terrible tyre that nobody ever wants to use. But formation lap is underway right now. And yep, the Aston Martin safety car pulls away. And eventually, the two McLarens do as well. So, formation lap underway. Everyone is on the intermediate tyre. And we'll see what the conditions are like when they go around the track. As they are just coming through Eau Rouge, Radion, onto the Camel Straight. As now cars lined up at the exit of the pit lane now being released. And even though they're not at racing speed, the track doesn't look in as bad condition as I thought it would. But it is still pretty wet. But I think, as long as they're not aquaplaning on these tyres, I think it'll be good enough for us to get underway. Not immediately, but in the next few minutes. As record-breaking weekend attendance for the Belgian Grand Prix, almost 400,000. It is a brilliant Grand Prix. Hopefully one I can go to at some point. As starting procedure suspended.
Yeah.
So,
No surprise. Way too much spray down the Camel Straight.
so they'll all come back to the grid. And yeah, red flag. As Lando saying, yeah, not ideal for the time being. I can't see a lot behind the safety car, so I can't imagine what it's like for everyone else. So they will all come back to the grid, and we will wait until conditions hopefully improve a bit over the next, say, I don't know, 15 minutes, half an hour.
It's a replay, Chaz.
As we're seeing Toto Wolff there sat in the Mercedes garage with Valtteri Bottas alongside him. And yeah, we'll see whenever we get back underway. As they are now coming into the pit lane, and they'll stop at the exit of the pit lane, at least the front of the pack will. But yeah. And safety car already opening its doors to probably get out, as here's just some slow-mo of the safety car as it went on the formation lap. And yeah, quite a bit of spray being left in its wake, and that's just from the safety car. But in terms of this race, we just have to wait and see what the forecast is going to do, because I don't know if it's going to keep constantly raining, or if we're going to have a dry period like we had, say, an hour or so ago, when we had a bit of a dry period for half an hour or so. So, yeah. So whilst we wait, make sure to post your comment in the chat and, ask us anything F1 related, of course. And we'll go through whatever comments in the chat. Because, we're going to have a bit of a delay here, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yep.
Sirigar said they raced in Fuji 2007 through worse weather. Probably wasn't a good thing. If you go back and look at the start of that race, especially at the end of that long straight, it was a miracle we didn't have a bigger crash at the start of that race, because literally the drivers couldn't see anything towards the end of that main straight, and I think there were quite a few cars who just went straight on and lost their front wing because they had no idea where the cars were. As a slight break in the cloud we're seeing just above the track at
Yeah.
the
It's stopped raining.
perfect time.
Yeah. I've actually just found the whole entire Fuji Grand Prix from 2007 on YouTube. So that's what I'm going to be watching in the meantime. But I
As
think one thing is very important to remember from then is, the cars were a lot smaller
yeah,
and, there just wasn't as much spray. And the FIA are definitely um, a lot better at listening to the drivers in terms of visibility than what they were, um, even 15 years ago. I remember um, 2010 at Korea, Button was absolutely shitting himself
yeah,
on the team radio for about half the race because of how bad the visibility was down the second long straight.
yeah. It was. I mean, that race. That was. I didn't watch it live, but one thing I do know is that by the time the race finished, it was nearly dark. They had the lights on, didn't they? Then
Yes, it was very dark.
yeah. So that was, talk about long delays. That was a race up there for that. As
Nothing beats Canada 2012 when it comes to delays, though. That's why I will never, ever, ever say it's one of the best Grand Prix of all time because of how fucking long the race actually took,
yeah.
especially when it was at 4 a.m. my time.
Yeah, it was just over 4 hours, the
Yep.
official race time. I think it's still the longest race officially, and I think that race is what brought in the 2 hour time limit, wasn't it? As well,
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
because that just went on forever. Um, but yeah, there is now, thankfully, appears a break in the weather, so hopefully they'll be back out there soon to test the conditions and hopefully get out there. Um, Sarah Gara saying, I think for what do you call it? That race, the Fuji 07 wasn't a great one for Alonso, especially. No, that was at peak Alonso hatred uh era. That particular part of 2007, where he was fully estranged from McLaren by that point. as Anthony Davidson is just doing some analysis of some of the onboards from the visor cam of what the spray looks like. And yeah, not a lot to be seen from the visor cam down the Kemmel Straight. But hopefully, now it's stopped raining. Again, hopefully in the next few minutes, at least the safety car could go back out there and test what the track is like. As saying that, Williams have just told Albon they expect heavy rain in 10 minutes. So, yeah. Um, a user called Williams in the chat saying, hope Albon hopefully top three. Shufan Wu says, doesn't look that wet. Trust me, it is. It's not as bad as 2021, but it is definitely very wet. But again, even though it is good that we take better precautions now than 20 years ago, it also still shows how useless the full wet tire is, because they went and did that formation lap on the intermediate. It's not like that was the wettest tire they had available, but because the full wet is so just rubbish, that's why they don't use it ever, because it is an absolutely garbage tire in terms of grip, the spray. It's just absolutely terrible. But thankfully next year, again, smaller cars, it won't be as bad of an issue next year. It probably still will be an issue to an extent, but it won't be as bad as it is with these cars being so big. But and yeah, Rook's just saying there in the chat what Lando was saying on the radio, that the problem is not the standing water, it's the visibility. Standing water wise, it looked, I wouldn't say fine, but it looked okay enough. But yeah, it's the visibility down that Kemmel Straight especially, which is the issue. But yeah.
Well, Charles has given a bit of insight into how difficult it is. I repeat myself, the switches, please. Like, you have no idea how it's like. No switches, no switches. I need to warm up the tires. I cannot look at my steering wheel in these conditions. Even when I look at the track, I am struggling with these conditions because I cannot look 10 meters in front. If you ask me to look at my steering wheel and make changes, that's not possible.
Yeah. Um yeah, looking at the weather radar I have, again, we're just gonna have constant rain. Well, not constant, but it just rain
Well,
repeatedly coming in for the next what 3 hours, pretty much.
I'm getting conflicting reports by different journalists. So, um, one journalist says it's going to rain massively in about 45 minutes. And I've seen another update from Philip Horton. Where did his tweet go? Brief dry window now with another heavy shower coming shortly. Radar showing much clearer in around 40 minutes. So hopefully what he's saying is true. But who bloody knows? One thing's for sure, it's about to piss it down. Again.
Yeah, the clouds very dark overhead again. Um Yeah, Crystal Racing saying, what was it? 91 Australia lasted 14 laps. Yeah, that was one of the wettest races of all time. And yeah, like you said, they lasted 14 laps, and I think was it quarter points ended up getting added. There was another really wet race in Adelaide, I think 88 or 89 as well, which was I think that was the one where it was the race after the Prost Senna collision at Suzuka, and Prost refused to race. I think it was 89 that particular occasion, but that's what made 2021 here at Spa so disappointing, because except for very rare circumstances, we've always managed to have a race in uh even in whatever wet conditions. But of course, back in the day, even as you said, 15, 20 years ago, the race was going to happen no matter what. When today, thankfully, that's, not so much the case, as they're showing the current weather radar on Sky F1 briefly there. Yeah, massive amount of rain all over the place. As they're now showing on Sky an onboard from George Russell from that formation lap, in terms of what he could see. As now it's absolutely pouring down again.
Yeah. So they reckon this round will last about half an hour. So I do think we're probably not going to get underway for at least another hour.
Yeah. Well, I'll read out a few more comments and then we'll have a think of what to do, because I am definitely not sitting here for another 4 hours like last time.
I can't even remember if I buggered off at one stage or not.
I can't remember. I remember one thing that was funny was I did the stream, and then as soon as I ended the stream, they suddenly announced, "Oh, we're safety car," or like, "We're getting back underway in 10 minutes," and then I ended up going live again quickly, and they ended up just doing like the bare minimum laps they needed to do for half points, I think it was. So yeah, that was just a brutal way to end the day. But yeah, as I said, I will not be sitting here all day, so we'll see what's gonna happen here. It's just, and this is uh it's just typical Spa. Even though it is late July, you'd think it was the middle of October or something. It's absolutely horrendous weather in true Spa fashion. Yeah, Rook saying as soon as their stream ended, they ran one lap so they didn't have to refund the fans at the circuit, which still is absolute bullshit that they didn't give the fans a refund. Even though, yeah, I know there's nothing they could do about what the conditions, they should have still gave the fans a refund. But no.
Yeah.
Brabham says, what year was that Malaysia one where F1 was going off? Well, which one? There's been more than one.
2009 probably.
Yeah, that was that I think
Everyone was aquaplaning off.
When they eventually red flagged it, I think that might have been the most amount of rain I've actually seen on a racetrack. It was
Yeah.
That was so bad. yeah, there was the funniest one. Well, I'm not sure you call it funny, but what was it? The one in, I think, 2001 or 2, where it was dry at the start for about 3 or 4 laps, and then suddenly the heavens opened, and then I think both Ferraris went off, and basically everyone went off the track. Yeah, Malay. That's one reason we love, or still do want to go back to Malaysia, because of that would just be so good, where suddenly the heavens would open and all chaos would ensue. But yeah, we've had some other really wet races. Another one was that I forgot was, which was quite a fun one, was Nürburgring 2007, where it was red flagged after a couple laps because of an absolute enormous downpour, where I think at turn 1 about half the field went off the track, and then you had Marcus Winkelhock in his only F1 race take the lead, because he pitted right before the race for wet tyres, and then it started absolutely pissing down after about 30 seconds. Lily Classic saying the government should have forced him to give a refund. Don't they have regulations for that in Europe? Probably in some places, but I don't know. But that was just the wrong thing to do. Crystal saying 2005 Indianapolis fans got refunded by Michelin and discounted tickets for a champ car race. Yeah, I remember. Well, if you go back to that race, some of the fans were throwing beer bottles and all sorts onto the track during the race. Rounded protocols. So Silverstone also ran once in June or July or May, and it was a disaster. There was one. This was obviously quite a bit before I started watching. And I actually saw a few years ago old news reports about it. It was hilarious. For some reason, Bernie Ecclestone decided to put a British Grand Prix on at the end of April. And except for race day, it absolutely pissed down the whole weekend, to the point where all the cars in the car parks were stuck in the mud, literally. Everywhere was flooded. The campsite was flooded. Everything was flooded. For some reason, again, they decided to put a British Grand Prix on like just after Easter, which if you're in the UK, in April, 1 minute it's sunny, next minute it's the end of the world in terms of rain. So yeah, that was such a stupid decision. And like I said, the car parks and everything got flooded for almost the entire race weekend. Thankfully, though, the sun came out, I think, later on. But yeah, that was a complete disaster. And yeah, just so people, obviously, because people keep asking, of course, I will not be showing live footage of the race for copyright reasons, obvious copyright reasons. So yeah, we'll be obviously bringing you a radio style commentary of what's going on when eventually something does happen. I was going to say, though, quickly, obviously, we had a really wet race in your part of the world earlier this year, but we've had quite a few really wet races or wet moments at Melbourne. Was it 2013 where we had qualifying got pushed to Sunday morning? It was unbelievably bad rain on that Saturday. As
Yeah.
thankfully the fans still sticking with it at Spa.
Yes, and thank goodness the worst of the rain was much earlier on in the day for the Australian Grand Prix early in the year, because when I was arriving into the circuit was when it was absolutely at its worst, and I got absolutely drenched. But it's all part of the fun.
I think didn't the support races get cancelled?
Yeah, F3 got binned.
Yeah, and then
Um,
I think F2 was mostly just red flagged to death.
yeah.
As the pit straight looking incredibly wet as there's still much more rain around.
No, people don't listen, Vinstar, and people in the big old year of 2025 don't know what a watchalong is
Yeah.
and don't know how to find places to watch things. It's quite mind boggling, to be honest with you.
Crystal saying interesting to see Yuki improve with a new floor with Makisa's team principal. Yeah, as we were saying earlier, I think that's a clear benefit of Lauren actually looking out for Sonoda, and obviously has a better relationship with Sonoda than Horner would have had. But let me just scroll up a bit, see if there's any more comments I can find. And if there's
Video description, what's that?
According to Formula Racers on Twitter, they say the radar suggests that there shouldn't be any rain after 15:45 local time, which is in like just over 15 minutes. Looks like we're waiting for the shower to pass to get in uninterrupted running. The thing is, like you said though, we've some people are saying that, but then there's other people saying, oh, we've still there's loads more rain coming. And yeah, Chris Medland has tweeted about 10 minutes ago saying the FIA radar shows more heavy rain about to hit, but says there should be a, quote, marked improvement expected from 15:45. So let's give it another half an hour and we'll see.
Why is Hamilton driving a car designed for Leclerc? Because this is Hamilton's first season at Ferrari.
Exactly.
And I'm sorry, Leclerc's a better driver in 2025.
Yeah. Yeah, if anyone is doubting that, then you're just delusional. I mean, if you take all emotion out of it, just look at the pure stats, it's pretty clear to see that Leclerc is better. I mean, the qualifying head-to-head is pretty clear in Leclerc's favour, and I think even the race head-to-head is I think mostly in Leclerc's favour as well. So I mean, Leclerc's not had the best year that I've seen him have, but Leclerc has been comfortably the best driver at Ferrari. So yeah. And I will say that is one thing that really pisses me off is it being used as an excuse lately. And I'm not saying that the person who said this in the chat is saying this, but I've seen other people saying it who I don't think they understand Formula One as well as we do or as others do. But Lewis Hamilton has had issues with the handling of the car. Lando Norris has said the same for his McLaren. At the end of the day, that's not an excuse as to why you end up finishing in whatever position and losing. it's your job as a driver to get around that and still perform, which the absolute best do. So it's annoying that that's used as an excuse of, oh well, Hamilton's losing to Leclerc because the car handles a certain way. Well, it's not the best car on the grid, so that's just the way it is. And as I said, it's his job, as it is every driver's job, to get around that and still deliver. That's why Max Verstappen is still the best driver on the grid, because Max hasn't had a car he's liked for the last year. Yet in the last year, he's won a world championship and still won a few races. So, yeah. And yeah, what was it? Radio to Piastri. This was about 15 minutes ago. It was saying, so in about 10 minutes, they expect rain to be heavy, which I think is about now. As it was in the last batch, there's a 30 to 40 minute delay while we wait for that. And then the FIA expects we'll have to wait for 30 to 40 minutes before we can get going. So again, hopefully in about half an hour, we can at least get maybe some laps behind the safety car, and maybe they'll get going for proper. As I've just seen, a potential driver for Formula 1 next season, Arvid Lindblad, been disqualified from the F2 race earlier. I swear to God, F2 has disqualifications post-race every single race.
Wait, Lindblad's been disqualified?
Yeah, from the F2.
Oh, okay. I didn't even see that, because I saw that Dunn got a 10-second time penalty, which meant that he's not won the race anymore.
Yeah, the amount of post-race penalties and disqualifications in that series is an absolute joke.
It's a joke, yeah.
Vinster says race organisers should just go with a later start time in the future. It seems in an hour or so their problems will be gone, like yesterday and the day before. I think possibly in the future, yeah, they could be a bit more flexible with that, but I'm not sure how that would affect the other races, the what do you call it, the support races. As we know though, Nib, from being avid tennis watchers, in tennis you'll have matches and even finals adjusted around the weather forecast. I remember, what was it, Monte Carlo this year? They had it like 2 or 3 hours earlier, almost in like the morning, to get it done before the rain came. So it might be worth maybe in the future Formula One having some sort of procedure where they adjust to the weather forecast, because the forecast is not gonna it's not gonna change, but yeah, it's something worth maybe looking at in the future.
I don't think they'll ever do it, because with Formula One, there's a lot more TV rights, contracts to be sorted out and to be dealt with. Whereas with tennis, there is nowhere near as much, and the actual ATP and the WTA have a lot more control over what they can do with the scheduling.
Yeah. Right. So yeah, keep your comments coming, as I will.
Yes, please keep us entertained.
As I'll keep scrolling X to see if there's any further news. And yeah, in regards to F2, yeah, Alex Dunn given a 10-second time penalty for failing to engage the start setup procedure at the start of the formation lap, which is a ridiculous penalty, but there you go. Alex Dunn, though, as I said with Lindblad, another driver that eventually will be on the grid. Probably not next year, but definitely by 2027. I think Alex is going to be a Formula One driver. As to who he races for, though, who knows? It will be probably a midfield team, but yeah, Alex is definitely one of the next batch of young talent that we're going to see getting there.
Oh, Red Bull better be careful here. Better not blow out the catering budget like they did in 2021.
Problem saying, what is it with Behrman's accent? Is it me or does it sound strange? I don't think it sounds strange. He's probably from a bit of a better off family, so maybe, he's got a bit of a neutral accent. I don't know.
Sounds a bit proper.
Where's he from? Chelmsford. Yeah, that's near London. So yeah. Brabham says doesn't look like it's raining much. Yeah, it doesn't.
It's raining.
It's I don't think at the minute it's as bad as what we saw a bit ago, but yeah, it is still unfortunately raining. But yeah, we'll wait until the hour comes, as in another 25 minutes, and then we'll see what's going on here. So yeah, as I was saying earlier, the rain, and this is from 20 minutes ago, rain should stop in about 10 minutes. And then according to the current radar, there is no more, at least serious rain expected after that time. So, but saying that, Chris Medland tweeted 5 minutes ago that marked improvement has been pushed back now till 4 o'clock local time, with the rain stopping at 4:05.
Wait. Oh, shit. I didn't see Medlin tweet that because he replied to his tweet.
Yeah.
Oh, god damn it.
So, but he did say the delay is frustrating, but it does feel like we'll have a chance of getting a full race in when it does start. And yeah, Alex Dunn, if you're wondering, is Irish. He's McLaren Academy driver, I think he is. He did a practice session in Austria, which was it was funny that he was immediately doing good pace. I think he ended up in fourth in practice 2, or practice 1, I think it was. But yeah, I think there's pretty much no chance that Alex Dunn will actually race for McLaren, because McLaren have got Norris and Piastri locked in contract wise for the next 3-4 years. So yeah, Dunn, I think maybe Williams or something like that in the future we could see. But yeah, he should be, like I said, on the grid in the next couple years. So yeah, in regards to what we've or what we're hearing, what do you call it? Yeah, we're gonna have to wait another half an hour probably before possibly getting underway with a formation lap, or laps behind the safety car.
As the Racing Bulls and Red Bull Twitter admins playing Connect 4 now on Twitter, bringing the most important updates here. Or
Cactus,
is it fake? Yeah, fuck off.
what do you call it? Cactus DNA asking when is it going to start again? Don't know exactly, but probably 30 to 45 minutes time, I would imagine. But I'll keep looking at X to see if there's any new news. And yeah, Lindblad was disqualified for a tire pressure infringement. Always the smallest bullshit. By the way,
Medland's.
I was going to ask, do you know what the 3 hour rule is with the FIA?
Yeah, so because they've suspended the start procedure, the 3 hours hasn't started. It will start once they leave the pit lane.
Right.
Yeah, that's been clarified on Twitter. And just another quick thing that Medland's just tweeted out. Given visibility issues, the stewards have said drivers won't be penalised for dropping more than 10 car lengths back from each other behind the safety car as long as they stay within 20 car lengths.
Right, we'll see.
Well, that sounds like they might be doing what they're thinking about doing is doing what they actually used to do and running behind the safety car for an extended amount of time to actually try and clear the water once the track gets in a bit of a better shape.
Yeah, well, if the rain does stop, then in say half an hour or 20 minutes or so, then that's what they need to do because that'll be the quickest way to clear the water is to get the cars out there going around, even if it's behind the safety car. So hopefully that's what they're gonna do, but we're still gonna have to wait a bit. As just looking at other forecasts, and yeah, this current rain seems like it's the last bit of the the say the worst of or the bad bit of rain. Right. So yeah, we'll continue waiting. Hopefully, we'll get an update in say 20 minutes or so when the FIA expect this rain.
That's correct, Crystal. His name was Greg Van Avermaet.
Let me just. Yeah, I can't see any other bit of news at the minute other than what we've told you. But yeah, we're just gonna have to wait until this last shower clears off in this next 15-20 minutes or so. And then we can look to possibly getting some running. But one thing, at least, I do hope is that we don't have most of the race behind the safety car, even though that is by the looks of it realistic that that's what's going to happen. But yeah, I hope it's not. I hope we get at least something, even if it's just similar to what we got at Suzuka a couple years ago when we had a time limited race of like half an hour or so. Even that would be something. But yeah. And by the way, if you guys are wondering who won the F2 race after Lindblad and Dunn got their penalties, it was Roman Stanek. So let me just have a look what the F2 standings are, because I know they're pretty mental. And in the lead by only 3 points coming out of the weekend is Leonardo Fornaroli, who very nicely won the sprint race yesterday. Ahead of and he's now just ahead of Richard for sure, and then you got Jack Crawford in third. Alex Dunn though is only what do you call it? He's only 11 points off the championship lead. So even though he got his penalty, he's still very much in play. So we'll see who ends up winning the F2 championship. Looks like it's probably going to be a 3, maybe 4-way fight for the Formula 2 drivers. And let me see if there's any comments in the chat. Crystal saying, sadly, F2 and F3 are not what they were back in 2018. No, nowhere near as good as they were, especially F2. The quality of the grid is nowhere near as good, and also the cars are rubbish compared to what they used to be like, which is much the fault of obviously Mechachrome. But yeah, though the F2 cars, the F2 championship is just not what it was, unfortunately.
And it fell off ever since Davide stopped doing the commentary.
Yeah. And that was
There's no de passion.
how he left quite a few years ago though, did he? Was it 4 or 5 years
He
ago?
did. He did, yeah.
Yeah. It is a shame.
To be fair, it was very good when Jacques and Alex Brundle did it for a long period of time.
Yeah. I think Valsecchi, he's is it Sky Italia commentator now?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then obviously Alex Yates is what do you call it? He's now the official Formula 1 TV broadcast commentator.
Yeah. So, as I'm sure you would have seen, just the Sauber mechanic feeding some biscuits to the camera.
Oh God.
Valsecchi was in Austria last time out.
Right. Um. Yeah, Crystal saying 2018 F2 top four was Russell, Norris, Albon, and De Vries. Yeah, it was much higher quality, the racing and all of it. But long time ago now, 7 years ago, that all was, and now you've got your Russells, your Norrises, and Albans in the top few positions regularly on the grid. We all knew that some of the drivers from that particular era were gonna be regular front runners in Formula One. Obviously, you had Leclerc the year before, Gasly the year before that. So, yeah.
Here we go. We've got a good question. Oh, we've got a couple of good questions coming in now by Dwayne. Um, what's your favorite video game to play? We'll start with you, Chaz.
Uh, at the minute, I don't play any, but I mean, it's pretty much the F1 game. I haven't played the new F1 game, because what do you call it? I told you, didn't I? I can't get a new
The
controller.
controller.
Yeah, sadly, so I'm gonna have to save up and just buy the PS5 later this year. Um, until my controller started messing up, I was still playing F1 23 a few months ago because I just flat out refused to buy F1 24 because once I saw the handling, especially after the first few days, because I was hoping they would somehow iron it out, um, with like a day one patch or just something. When I saw that it was legitimately there to stay, I was like, yeah, no chance am I buying this game. And that's the first F1 game I've not bought since I started buying the F1 games. Um, and yeah, I'm happy that I never bought that game because it looked like
Yeah.
it never really got better. What's your current favorite one?
At the moment, it has to be PGA Tour 2K25. I've played a disgusting amount over the past month. Um, even when I've had work, I've still been playing the apps, playing it so much. Yeah, since in about 6 weeks, I've put 171 hours into it. So um, I've been playing quite a lot. Um, and then I think the next one was what was our favorite takeaway food? I think that's what Rook asked. Yeah, takeaway food.
Uh, for me, it'd be what? Probably Chinese chips. I think it'd have to be. Uh, do you eat takeaway or
Yeah,
what would
too
you go
much
for?
as of late.
Yeah.
Too much takeaway as of late. But it has to be pizza for me. I can't go past pizza. It's the best.
Uh, as thankfully, look at that. The sun
A fucking miracle.
has come out. So come on, let's get out there and clear this water because yeah, it's been almost an hour since the formation lap, and yeah, that is great to see the sun coming out. It's funny because until today, it's been quite an unseasonably hot weekend at Spa until today. So, yeah, it's quite a break from what they've been having recently. But of course, our luck, we've had the worst possible rain. Um, let me see if I can find anything else on X. And no, can't see anything so far compared to what I've already told you guys. So regarding any weather updates, well, it stopped raining and the sun is out, but for how long that is going to be the case, we'll see. But according to the radar, I'm not looking at the radar right now, but according to the radar, there's no more rain expected. At least heavy, like proper rain. But I haven't seen a radar update in quite a bit. Right, I've seen just a new one about 20 minutes ago saying it should stop completely around 16:10 local time, which is in 15 minutes. It looks like it's already stopped. And then after that, no new showers are on the way. So that hopefully should be it. How long does Spa's F1 contract last until? Oh, might as well just Google it now. But I know that in a couple years they are going to be it's until 2031, but in 2028 and 2030 there will not be a Belgian Grand Prix. So yeah, we'll be back here next year, the year after, and then then it will start on a rotational basis. As thankfully they've got rid of the canopies, so that looks like we're going to be getting back underway soon. Next year we have a new race on the calendar, Madrid, which will be absolutely diabolically shit. I mean, I think haven't you seen the onboards? And it just looks. I think it wasn't it even in the onboard the cut they were crashing from one of the corners. I can't remember what it was. There was like a corner where they kept crashing.
It looks super sketchy.
Yeah. Let me try and find the circuit, and it just looks like, to be fair, it looks like an even tighter version of that Hanoi circuit that we were going to have in 2020. That's what it looks like to me in terms of the flow of the track. It reminds me of that, but when you look at the onboards, like the test onboards, it's like a tighter version of that to me. But yeah.
And Hanoi was a diabolically shit track to drive on the F1 games. That's for sure.
Yeah. Especially
I hated that track.
The first sector especially was horrible. As thankfully the fans who have suffered enough are now being coated in sunshine along with the orange army of Verstappen fans. Chris was saying everyone will pit for tries in 6 laps. Probably. I don't know why they're showing
I know, right?
childhood photos on the Sky broadcast there of Hamilton and Rosberg, but there you go.
Well, helmets are getting on.
Rook saying, what part of the Spa track would you want to spectate from, Chaz, when you go? Probably the Camel Straight, to be honest, purely because obviously that's where the action is going to be. I'd also that section at, is it Puon at is it turn 10, 11, going into the Fania chicane as well. I think that area
Uh,
also I'd like to, because I know there's lots of viewing areas in that area. Um,
that would have been my answer as well.
yeah, there is from what I've seen of people taking pictures from their point of views. That also the viewing area around Turn 1 is pretty good. But yeah, I think in the later on in the lap up the hill and all that, I think would be better, as the medical car is now driving around the circuit to see what the track is like. But yeah, at some point I will go. It obviously depends on, finances, having the time free from whatever I'm doing, and yeah. But eventually I will do it, no doubt. It's on my bucket list. Is there a start time yet? No, not officially.
No, I will just be back in a couple of minutes. Just gonna get a drink.
No problem. So yeah, hopefully, I'd imagine in the next 10-15 minutes we'll find out when we're going to be back underway, or underway properly. So yeah. And yeah, as Rook's saying, even though the 10-minute warning's not been released, the drivers are getting ready, because clearly we're going to be getting back underway pretty soon. Just trying to see if there's any other news, but I don't think there is. So pretty much what the situation is the rain has cleared and there shouldn't be any more rain. So once we're back underway, then we should be good to go for the 44 laps, or however many laps it'll be, as the medical car pulls off before the bus stop chicane and reverses into its little slot right before the bus stop. That's also another good spot to possibly view from, is the bus stop chicane area. But yeah. Brevram says, I have a Singapore Grand Prix, then Thailand for a week plan. Hopefully, whenever you do that, you can enjoy that.
Very highly attended Grand Prix by Australians is the Singapore Grand Prix.
Yeah.
That's one that I would certainly like to go to one day.
Do you get that many Aussies going to Suzuka, or it's Singapore's a lot closer, isn't it?
Singapore is quite a bit closer, yep. So yeah, that's sort of why a lot of Aussies go to Singapore, and it's typically sort of in and around term break for younger families and stuff like that. So
Right.
it's a pretty good time of year to go.
Right, let me find some more comments here. There you go. Officially, race will resume at 16:20 local time, which is in 15 minutes. So there you go. An hour and 20 minutes we had to wait. But looks like we are going to. And with the way the track's looking, I think they'll probably just do a couple formation laps behind the safety car and then probably just do a standing start because the track is going to be drying very quickly now that the sun's out. And especially once these cars get out there on the track. So there you go. Not long. Let me just see if I can find some other comments before we get into this. Bravo matching. When does Hamilton retire? End of next year, I think. Yeah, I don't see, unless Ferrari next year are really competitive, I don't see why he would stay around, especially if he's going to be beaten by Leclerc regularly. So, yeah, I think next year will be Lewis's final Formula One season. And also, Crystal says, such a shame they can't put Monaco on a rotational basis with Madrid. Well, hopefully, and I know they're still not ideal, but hopefully with these new cars, a bit smaller, it'll help the situation to a degree. But yeah, the last couple Monaco Grand Prix have been a farce, really, in terms of the race itself. I mean, this year even more so than 2024, where they did basically the whole race on one set of tires. But yeah, we'll see what happens with that next year. Oh, it's going to be weird next year because what is it? Canada is on the calendar before Monaco by I think a week or so. So that'll be weird. And also, I think I sent you it earlier. The sprint calendar for next year has been released.
Oh my god.
And
that shit is diabolical.
And just to announce to people who don't know, so the sprint calendar is Shanghai, Miami, Canada, Silverstone, Zandvoort, and Singapore. Except for Canada and Silverstone, that is diabolical. And I just don't understand the thinking taking it away from Sao Paulo when Sao Paulo has been the only that track's been the only reason that the sprint still continues, because without that track there's nothing to the sprint. So I don't get that. I really don't. But yeah, there you go. There's your sprint races for next year. A sprint race around Singapore, just yeah, wow. Whoever thought of that needs to be locked in a dark room for eternity. As now, beautiful, the skyline at Spa, as we've got just over 10 minutes to go until we are back underway. Astro saying Monaco and Spa should stay on F3 calendar. I think with Monaco, there's definitely changes that need to be made. You know, widening certain bits and that, but you know, purely for the qualifying, it needs to stay. But yeah, Spa becoming a rotational race is just a joke, as far as I'm concerned. And we'll see what race replaces it in those particular years, because it's not going to be Madrid, because Madrid is on the calendar next year. So we'll see what the next new race will be. Another race in America, most likely. As Zach Brown is just being interviewed in the paddock.
By that Muppet, Craig Slater.
He's Efron's favourite Muppet. He is. He's. I don't know how he's still going. He's been around for so long with Sky. Cars need to change. Chazza, not the track. True, but I still think the track could, there's still certain things you could do with the circuit. I mean, remember, the Monaco track, it's not like it's been the same for 50 years. There was a load of changes to it back in 2003, which helped things. Because, I mean, Rascasse used to be a lot longer and trickier than it used to be. Same with the bus stop chicane area. So, there's nothing bad about making some alterations, but it needs to be the right ones.
They only changed the swimming pool not that long ago.
Yeah. Yeah, Canada. Is so stupid. Was it Canada next year clashing with the Indy
Clashing with Indy.
500?
Yeah, it's diabolical. It's so annoying.
And it's, to me, it has to be out of vindictiveness to a degree, because if you want the most eyes on your Grand Prix, then don't schedule it at the same time as one of the most famous races of the year. And especially if you want American eyes on your product, again, it's just so stupid. But that's what they've done, unfortunately. And yeah, the Canadian Grand Prix will be, I think, on the penultimate weekend of May next year. Right, let me read out some more comments before we get into things, because we're 7 minutes away now from being back underway. Crystal, Singapore, Monaco, Abu Dhabi, Barcelona, Hungary, Miami, Vegas, Baku, Shanghai, Qatar at least should be rotational or even banned. Yeah, I think there's a couple there I can agree with. In terms of Baku, that's definitely one that I would get rid of. But thankfully, talking of Baku, their contract is up at the end of next season, so we might not see it on the calendar for very much longer. We'll see. But even though we had a really great race there last year without a safety car, which was a rarity, I still think it's not a good racetrack. It's only good when F1 starts crashing into each other.
Exactly.
Which happens a lot. So, yeah. Baku,
And
I'd get rid of.
And Shanghai was good until these cars ruined it.
And especially,
I've always liked Shanghai.
Especially, it used to be good when you had tyres that actually wore out.
Exactly.
Where you got 2-3 pit stops, but like the race we had this year in Shanghai was so bad. So yeah, that's one. I mean, the Qatar track, I do like it a lot, but I mean, yeah, it hasn't produced a great race as of yet, but I think the track itself, I don't think there's any problem with it. I think it just hasn't coincidentally produced a great race. But yeah, I think that is good enough to stay because the track itself is very, very good.
Just quickly to butt in, race control are planning at least 2 laps behind safety car to assess visibility.
Right, so we'll see just how long it'll be or how many laps behind. As Nib said, at least 2 laps. And yeah, race will start behind the safety car. So in a minute, we'll find out how many, if it's still 44 laps or not, as we've got about 4 minutes to go. Astro says, I like the Baku track, but they need to improve it a bit. Or again, the cars had some great races there. Again, though, that's only great racing, really, or races when everyone starts crashing. I don't think it's actually that good of a track, to be honest. So yeah, that's one that I would absolutely get rid of. Again, this Madrid race is going to be diabolical, so not looking forward to that. And then
Sorry, Crystal's comment there.
let me see.
Oh.
Baku's a glorified car park next to a Vargo style castle attraction. Yeah, it is.
I mean, that was the whole selling point. Oh, the old castle section with the narrowest point in Formula One. Ugh.
And that whole castle section has provided basically nothing but, cool little views for the cameras. Is yeah, it's ridiculous.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I am stupid.
Oh
Never
yeah.
forget. I am stupid. It has provided plenty.
Yeah. As thankfully, just a couple more moments. Let me just find a couple more comments to read out before we get going. Mexico City is pretty poor along with Madrid. Obviously, I mean, the Mexican Grand Prix is going to be on the calendar forever because the atmosphere of that race is so good, but the track itself is horrible. It's nowhere near as good as the old track that used to be there, and that's a shame. But yeah, that track, I don't like it at all. Never have, never will. Not been good under any set of regulations that we've had in the last 10 years. So, yeah. I mean, maybe if Sergio Perez long term's not on the grid, maybe the atmosphere will dissipate. We'll have to see. But yeah, if I could, I probably would get rid of that Grand Prix because again, I don't like the circuit whatsoever, or at least I'd make quite big changes to the circuit. But yeah, as there's an Argentinian flag in the stands. Of course, it's been long rumored for many years that we're going to go back to Argentina for a Grand Prix. I don't think we ever will, but we of course used to race there plenty back in the 20th century. And yeah, I can't remember what the old track that they last used was called, but I remember it was very, very bumpy. But we'll see what new Grand Prix get on the calendar. Obviously, South Africa is one that keeps getting mentioned, but I don't think that's going to happen for a long time because of the just political situation with South Africa and the ties it has to certain countries. as 15-second warning board there. As we are about, thankfully, to get back underway for this Belgian Grand Prix. And there you go. And this is officially lap 1 of 44. As they all filter out of the pit lane. So the order is Lando Norris is the leader from Oscar Piastri second, Leclerc third, Verstappen fourth, Albon fifth, Russell sixth, Tsunoda 7th, Hadjar 8th, Lawson 9th, Bortoletto 10th, and then Ocon 11th, Behrman 12th, Gasly 13th, Hulkenberg 14th, Colapinto 15th, Stroll 16th, Sainz 17th, Hamilton 18th, Antonelli 19th, and Fernando Alonso 20th and last. There's plenty of spray down the Camel Straight, but they need to keep out there and clear the water to improve it. One man who will be desperate to get going in these conditions is the man they just showed through the visor cam, Max Verstappen, who loves wet weather. But doesn't seem like spray is going to be much of an issue in the corners after the Camel Straight.
Nope, because it all runs down the hill and off the track, which is handy.
As Oscar being asked about the visibility, and this is quite a lot better than before through Eau Rouge. After Eau Rouge, still quite bad. Yeah, the straight is still pretty bad. Well, it can only get better from here on, so they just need to keep out there and keep pounding round. As the safety car just coming through into the two Stavilo corners at the end of the middle sector. As now they begin the run up to Blanchimont. As we're looking at the visor cam of Carlos Sainz. To me, though, Niv, it looks like, except for the Camel Straight, the visibility looks fine.
I think we should be getting underway.
Yeah. Well, they said, didn't they, a couple laps, so we'll have to probably wait another few minutes. As we begin lap 2 behind safety car. Hopefully it will be a standing start when we get underway. The grid definitely in good enough condition for a standing start. As the front of the field coming up through Eau Rouge yet again. As Leclerc being reminded that he is allowed to extend to 20 car lengths if he wants. But yeah, I think we'll be underway pretty soon because these conditions are pretty clear, or pretty clearly raceable, no doubt about it. As here's a visor cam from Carlos Sainz, and there is quite a lot of spray, but again, nowhere near as bad as it was earlier. So, yeah, we'll just await the message as to when we will finally get underway, which again shouldn't be too long, given how the track's looking. And once we do get underway, I don't think we'll be going the whole race on inters. I think we'll definitely get some dry tyre running if there's no more rain to come.
Yeah. Will just depend on how long it takes to dry up down the Canmore Straight, because that is definitely where it's at its wettest.
Yeah, as let's see, McLaren's now just coming through the exit of the second Stavelot and now beginning the run towards Blanchemont again. As we will begin lap 3 in a moment. As Norris saying the right side of the grid is still a lot wetter than the left. Yep, it's not side to side equal. Well, that's not a reason to not get underway. Just because
As you
he.
can see, he's got. you see, you see both the McLarens going over where they would start on the grid. That's good. That's good stuff. Oh.
As hopefully we're going to get a message sometime in this lap as to if we're going to get underway, because the track is clearly in good enough condition for
Max
us.
said that the track feels 10 times better than Silverstone.
Yeah. Absolutely no reason to be behind a safety car right now, but
You know, let's get this freaking thing in, seriously.
as we're looking through the visor cam of Pierre Gasly, who is in 13th in the pack. He had an unlucky sprint race yesterday, ended up with a problem on the grid, had to come off the grid and ended up 2 laps down once he eventually got going, but thankfully he's properly in the race. Gasly, though, as I'm pretty sure a dry setup on. I think both Alpines have got a dry setup on. As safety car taking the pack through the Fanny chicane, the exit the Fanny chicane.
Come on.
I know, it's just ridiculous. It's so. There's parts of the track that look dry.
There's already a dry line forming into Stavelot.
I know, this is just ridiculous. I wonder if the safety car will do any of that late message business this time around.
Oh, yeah, let's not get started on that again.
As they come up to the bus stop chicane, and there's no message, so clearly we're going to be doing another lap for no reason, because, yeah.
Even Ferrari's Twitter admin said it. The safety car continues to lead the field, but the track is drying quickly.
Stating
Yes.
the obvious at Ferrari, but yeah, surely this can't go on much longer. And again, it should be a standing start because the grid is. I mean, it's wet, but the track's wet, so it's fine.
I mean, seriously, if they don't start this race at the end of this lap, oh, the lights are out.
Yeah, they've just said rolling start. So, yeah. Again, should be a standing start, but at least we're about to get underway, thankfully.
Utter woke nonsense.
Yeah. As Lando Norris, the leader, is coming through turn 10, 11. And once we enter the final sector, Lando will then become the safety car and will hold to pack up. Of course, no overtaking until the start-finish line, so Lando can get on with it as soon as he wants. Of course, once the safety car has reached the pit lane. As Lando now backs off and lets the safety car run off into the distance. Definitely has helped Lando that this is a rolling start, but there is still 40 odd laps to go, and this track is easily one of the most difficult in these conditions. As Lando now becomes safety car, weaving around, warming the tyres. We're now on board with Verstappen, who's super keen to get on with it. And Lando Norris decides, before Blanchamont, to get on with it. Piastri, though, right up behind him. Piastri, of course, can't overtake it to the start-finish line. As Norris into the bus stop chicane he comes. He brakes absolutely fine. And we finally, after an hour and a half, are underway for the Belgian Grand Prix on lap 5. And it's Norris leading from Piastri. And Leclerc third, Verstappen, Albon, Russell, Tsunoda, Hadjar, Lawson, Bortoletto, your top 10. As Piastri gets a brilliant exit from turn 1 and is right up behind Norris as they come through Eau Rouge. Piastri right in the wheel tracks of Norris. He's right in the slipstream. Goes to the outside. And Piastri cruises past Norris. And Oscar Piastri leads the Belgian Grand Prix. What a brilliantly executed start from the young Australian. Leaves his teammate in the dust and runs off into the distance briefly. So Piastri now leads from Norris. Leclerc, Verstappen, your top 4. As Carlos Sainz already at the back passing Lance Stroll. As Piastri almost now over a second clear of Norris on this lap. What a start this is from Oscar. He looks so much quicker than Lando, who clearly is not sharing the same confidence. As Verstappen right up behind Leclerc. Verstappen looking very racy behind that Ferrari. As Lando asking, why do I have no pace? Don't be asking your team that, be asking yourself. As Piastri, 1.2 seconds clear of Norris as they approach and brake hard for the bus stop chicane. As Leclerc and Verstappen right up behind Norris. So on lap 6, it is the championship leader, crucially for his championship, in the lead. As Verstappen gets a decent exit from turn 1, right up behind Leclerc. Of course, DRS is not going to be in use for quite a few laps until it dries out quite a bit more. As they come onto the Kemmel Straight. But Nib, I'm sure they'll show a replay in a moment as here comes Russell up the inside of Albon at turn, or at Les Combes. But yeah, I'm sure they'll show a replay in a moment. But what an important move by Piastri that was. A brilliant start to the race.
I don't know if I've seen a worse rolling start by a driver in recent times. He went so early and he gained absolutely nothing from it and apparently used all of his battery.
Yeah, that's incredibly stupid.
Um, and then he got on the exit curb of La Source, and Piastri just flew by him.
Yeah, that is. And if that was Norris's decision to use the battery in that way, then yeah, that's stupid decision. But yeah, that was a very poor start from Lando. He is kind of getting back up to Piastri now, but Piastri has the clear visibility ahead and importantly has track position. As Oscar now begins lap 7 of 44 in the lead. Leclerc in third, dropping quite far behind the McLarens now as Verstappen is all over the back. As in the background, very close it is, down in the final few positions. We're looking here at Bortoletto on his own a bit in 10th place. And here is Liam Lawson right up behind his teammate Hadjar in the fight for 8th and 9th. As here, Verstappen still closely following Leclerc. Max clearly quite a bit quicker, but he can't do anything about that Ferrari at the moment. As yeah, the Ferrari struggling in these wet conditions, as we've seen before. And he's struggling to the point where George Russell is now catching these two, despite Russell having a low downforce setup. As Piastri and Norris through turn
all
10.
over the place.
Yeah, he went quite wide through turn 8, didn't he?
Yeah.
And losing a lot of time to the McLarens ahead. As Antonelli has passed Lance Stroll now. So the two Aston Martins now 19th and 20th. As we are just on board with the visor cam here of Lawson behind his teammate. Having a decent race so far. As Piastri been a bit quicker on this lap by about 3 or 4 tenths. As Leclerc not under as much pressure going into the bus stop as he was beforehand. Here is on board Lewis Hamilton on lap 8. Right up behind Carlos Sainz. Gets right in the slipstream. And up the inside of Sainz into the chicane. As Antonelli goes deep and cuts the chicane, he'll have to let Hamilton and Sainz through, and he does. So Lewis Hamilton is up to 16th place, which is where he started from. For some reason on the broadcast, they're showing Antonelli as being on the medium compound tyre. Now they've corrected it, I was going to say. No wonder he went off the track. As Leclerc really fighting the car through turn 5, 6, 7, and now into turn 8. As Hamilton now trying to pass Colapinto, and he flies around the outside. So Hamilton up to 15th place. And Colapinto now under pressure from Sainz behind. But, yeah, Verstappen, his race being ruined by the Ferrari of Leclerc. As Colapinto really holding up the cars behind. As we're on board with Antonelli, who's had clearly an emotional weekend, but now it just needs to get out there and give it his all and see what happens. We know what he can do in these conditions. We saw it in Melbourne in the first race of his career, where he went from 16th to 5th, I think it was.
He was rapid that day. Made so many good overtakes exactly where I was sitting.
Let's see if he can replicate some of that today. As Hamilton looks like he's about to overtake Hulkenberg. And he does. Hamilton obviously coming through and passing the much slower cars. As we're on lap 9, Piastri about 1.3 seconds, now 1.4 clear of Norris. Leclerc is already 5 seconds off the lead. Leclerc has been losing about a second a lap to the McLarens.
Genuinely all in the middle sector.
Yeah, the Ferrari is just miles off. I mean, yesterday in qualifying, they were half a second off in the dry. It's incredible, the difference in the middle sector between McLaren and the rest. As here is Hamilton trying to pass Pierre Gasly. And I'm sure he will do in a moment. Hamilton really flying his way through. As he's dancing the car through turn 8. Gasly running a bit wide. And Hamilton, yeah, is going to overtake Gasly definitely before the end of this lap.
So Hamilton looks mighty quick here. His car looking very nice.
Yeah, well, obviously starting from the pit lane, they've clearly managed to put a wet setup on. And yeah, he is looking very good as he goes up the inside of Pierre Gasly, and he's now 13th, so making very good progress. He's not that far away. I think 5-6 seconds or so from a point. As here is Hulkenberg now trying to have a go at Pierre Gasly. As Verstappen getting very close to Leclerc in the entry to turn 1, but on the exit loses ground. As Piastri says, it feels like it might not be too far off already. He says just the straight to turn 5 is wet. So, looks like dry tyres are on their way. And it will only be the soft or the medium tyre. The hard tyre is ridiculously slow this weekend.
Can I just give us Lewis Hamilton's on board for the rest of the Grand Prix? That was absolutely unbelievable to watch on board.
Yeah, he's been clearly the most entertaining part of this race so far, as Verstappen still crawling over the back of Leclerc, but just cannot find. Oh no, there you go. Leclerc goes a bit wide, and Max forces Leclerc to defend to the inside of turn 10. And now I think this is where Max is going to get the move done, because Leclerc really having to defend hard now. And he's not going to be able to keep Max behind.
McLaren were 2 seconds faster than everyone else last lap, by the way.
It is ridiculous how quick they are in the wet. They're doing exactly what they did at Silverstone, pretty much. As up front, it is still about 1.5 seconds, the gap between Piastri and Norris. On lap now 11 of 44. As Max gets a good exit from the bus stop, and surely we'll have a look at Leclerc into La Source. He's going to try and do the switchback, and he does it very well. And does he get the move done? Not quite, but so much more grip on the exit. And now through Rouge, he's right in the slipstream. And surely, if he can position his car to the outside or inside, he can get a move done here. But Leclerc, very good straight line speed. Max can't do it. Obviously, Red Bull added a bit of wing to the car for qualifying for these conditions. As Leclerc says, I don't know if it's the downforce, but my God, my tyres are gone. As Behrman, I've just seen, has overtaken Ocon, and the two Haas's have got Lewis Hamilton right behind them. As Piastri,
I think that radio message is so funny because we can just imagine the way that Charles has said it.
as he's thankfully got a slight bit of breathing room now from Verstappen, who's dropped about a second back. But I was going to say out front, Piastri nearly pretty much 2 seconds clear of Norris. And yeah, Max dropping back a bit on this lap, maybe just cooling the tyres, maybe recharging the battery. As they come up to the bus stop chicane. And yeah, out front, gap pretty much 2 seconds in Piastri's favour. As Lewis Hamilton told to box. Here we go. Dry tyres
Wow.
are coming. And what dry tyres will it be? Let's see. As he's in the pits. And also Gasly and Hulkenberg have pitted. Looks like a set of medium tyres. As Alonso pits as well.
Yeah, definitely medium tyres. I thought maybe a couple more laps because it still is quite wet down the Camel Straight, but everywhere else is pretty dry.
Yeah, we'll see what happens and see what the sector times are like as Verstappen starting to get back after Leclerc now. As Norris gained a bit more time on Piastri on this lap. Brought the gap down to 1.5 seconds. As Leclerc in third, 10 seconds behind Piastri. And we'll see. Out of the, say, front 5, front even 6 cars. Albon, still doing a great job. Albon is only just over a second behind Russell. So we've got to include him as well. The top 6, we'll see what they do in terms of tyres. Leclerc told to box and Piastri pits. Norris stays out. So here comes the championship leader. Medium tyres. And there you go. Leclerc and Verstappen pitting as well. This won't be the only pit stop. There should be another one because I don't think the mediums will go to the end from here. But almost everyone now coming into the pits. As Piastri is second. Tsunoda is up to third. Obviously hasn't pitted because his teammate has. Same for...
My God.
For Hadjar.
Hamilton 3 seconds quicker than the leaders in the middle sector. Right call to pit.
Yeah, they've got that bang on as Hamilton is now... He's just got ahead of Behrman, who's pitted for a set of mediums. But the one driver that is really hurting because of this is obviously Lando Norris, who is still out there. As we're seeing a replay here, slight unsafe release, Leclerc and Albon there. I think that'll be okay. But we need to...
Yeah, that's fine.
Here's a replay of Hamilton. overtaking Lawson, I think, on cold tyres, who clearly lifted through Eau Rouge. And Lewis Hamilton getting the move done is here. We've got Leclerc and Verstappen held up right behind Ocon, who's still out there on intermediate tyres. As Lando Norris now pits. Lando is going to have lost a lot of time to his teammate.
He's going to have lost at least 5 seconds, Chaz. Maybe
Yeah,
even more.
Oh, very close there as Russell just nips past Ocon, but Russell right behind Verstappen. Will he think about going for a move? No, he won't, as Albon right there as well. I thought that was going to end in an accident, but thankfully not, as Norris will come out in second place. So he hasn't lost position, but he has lost quite a bit of time. So it's Piastri on lap 14, leading from Norris second, Piastri 7 seconds clear of Lando Norris. So yeah, he did gain about 5 seconds.
It's Silverstone last year all over again.
Yeah,
but just
exactly.
roles reversed.
As Lewis Hamilton now up to P7. And has just done the fastest lap of this race. So as you said, Nev, Ferrari getting it absolutely bang on. Here's a replay of Norris's pit stop, which hard tyres. That's surprising because the hard tyres are very slow compared to the medium and soft. Very durable, but quite slow. So I'm very surprised at that.
That is interesting. They had a bit of a slow front left as they were struggling to get the tyre on.
And that's
You hit the rim about 20 times.
That's, what do you call it? That's a split strategy at McLaren then, because Piastri is on the medium. Everyone's on the medium. Norris is the only driver on the hard compound tyres. So yeah, that's very interesting decision there.
Yeah, Piastri has gained quite a lot more time on this lap because it's going to, obviously, the tyre warm up, but yeah, bit of an odd decision that, you reckon?
Well, Norris has to go to the end of the race then on that tyre. Piastri probably will have to pit again. So, yeah. We'll see how things shake out. But the order, quite a bit different in certain places than it was before. Piastri is still leading. Norris second, Leclerc third, Verstappen fourth, and then Russell, Albon, Hamilton now seventh, and then Lawson eighth, Hulkenberg up into ninth, and Bortoletti 10th. I will update, by the way, the tyres. I'm just doing the positions first because that's more important. And then it's Gasly 11th, Tsunoda 12th, Alonso 13th, Behrman 14th, Colapinto 15th. Hadjar has lost out massively. He was 8th and he's now 16th. Antonelli 17th, Stroll 18th, Sainz in 19th, and Ocon, who was 11th, is now last. So let me just update who's on what tyre. So everyone is on a set of mediums except for Lando Norris on the hard tyre. And yeah, Lando surely is going to the end of this race. Piastri and everyone else on mediums I don't think will be going to the end. So a split strategy at McLaren. And we'll see what that does. But currently, Piastri about 9 seconds clear of Norris, that's almost half a pit stop. So still very much in Piastri's favour this race, even if he has to pit one more time than Lando Norris. So, yeah, let me just update all the tyres. As Verstappen's just done a fastest lap. He's only 1.3 seconds behind Leclerc is Russell, within a second of Verstappen. This is great now that it's dry for Russell, because with the setup he's got on, now he can actually fight. Because remember, yesterday in qualifying, he was the quickest car in the first and final sector, but then he was a second off the pace in the middle sector. But now his race can come alive. As we're looking in the background, coming into turn 10, Lewis Hamilton really starting to get close to Alex Albon now. You'd imagine Hamilton will get that move done, considering the Ferrari is quicker. So there you go. Everyone on the medium except for Lando Norris on the hard. Still remarkably, all 20 cars still running. And, well, out front, if Piastri is to pit again and Norris is not, then Oscar obviously will have to overtake Lando on track to win. Given the gap he's already got, though, I think that's very much doable. Because if Oscar can do, say, 10 to 15 laps on this tyre, and then do another stint on the mediums to finish, then Oscar should have the pace to pass Lando on track before the end. So, yeah. It is weird, isn't it, Nib, with McLaren? Because they're clearly, with that strategy, they're fighting each other when they don't necessarily need to, when they're comfortably first and second.
Yeah, not usually what they do. I actually can't find exactly what tyres everyone has left, which is a bit annoying. But yeah, weird that they do this. Typically, they wouldn't.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. Again, at the minute, it's still very much favouring Piastri. As here is Oliver Behrman overtaking Fernando Alonso for 13th. And Behrman now right up behind Tsunoda in the Red Bull. Behrman looking particularly racy there behind Tsunoda, who is really struggling. Obviously, was shafted with the whole having to stay out another lap on the Inter. But out front, Piastri leads by 8.7 seconds. You got Leclerc third. Leclerc is 14 seconds, I think, off the lead. And then Max is about 15 seconds off the lead in fourth, as Russell's starting to drop back now. So McLaren are very comfortable, but looks like the two McLaren drivers still going head-to-head for this race win. And still, just over half the race to go. As Behrman really pushing the car around the bus stop chicane, as Antonelli really pushing after Colapinto. As looks like Antonelli probably going to overtake Colapinto down the Camel Straight in a moment. As Verstappen's lost a bit of time to Leclerc. Gap up over 2 seconds. As Lance Stroll has just overtaken Hadjar. One thing that is a shame that we haven't seen a replay of what happened at the start in terms of how Piastri got into the lead. As plenty of close fights out on track. Here's a replay of how Stroll passed Hadjar. Hadjar having sadly a poor race, but again, he was also shafted by having to stay out another lap. As we are on lap 19. And Antonelli still stuck right behind Colapinto as one team to shout out. Sauber, 9th and 10th. Hulkenberg once again coming from a low grid position. They are right up behind Lawson in the Racing Bulls. So Sauber once again looking strong. And also Alex Albon still having a good race out there. He's only just over a second and a half behind Russell and keeping Lewis Hamilton at bay in the Ferrari. So Williams looking good. As Antonelli gets a great exit from turn 1. And I think this time around he's going to surely get the move done. They come up through Eau Rouge. And DRS open. And surely he'll get the move done. No, he's too tentative to move on to the wet part of the track. Saying that, Colapinto did have the best top speed of anyone in qualifying. So that Alpine has not a lot of wing on it compared to obviously how it would have in normal conditions or other normal circuits. So it's a lot quicker in a straight line than it would be normally. As Lando Norris is starting to catch Oscar Piastri, gap down to 8.2 seconds on lap 20.
Yeah, he's taken most of that time in the middle sector.
Feels to me like those hard tyres are working out way better than expected, and the mediums might be wearing out a bit more than expected. Obviously, green track, so the tyres are going to wear out more. As Sainz passes Hadjar for 18th. Hadjar just going backwards. As Lando Norris does a fastest lap, 146.3. As Hulkenberg told to swap positions in turn 5, which is Les Combes. Bortoleto did just complain that Hulkenberg needs to overtake Lawson or let him go. Let's see what Hulkenberg will do. And, yep, as expected, nicely done. Let's Bortoleto go. Bortoletos have been very quick this weekend. And now can get after Lawson, as here's Antonelli. Moves onto the wet part of the track, but he's so much quicker than Colapinto. And the move, finally, is complete. As the top 7 are all now settled down into their rhythms. And, yeah, no battles, unfortunately, going on up there. By the way, as we are nearly halfway through the race, just want to say quickly, make sure to subscribe for more content like this. And as well, smash the like button if you haven't already. We're on 94 likes. Let's try and get up to 100 likes if we can in the next few minutes. As on lap 21, Piastri now 8 seconds clear of Lando Norris. As we are looking at Stroll trying to catch Colapinto. Colapinto, probably the slowest car out there. As Leclerc, I have to say, is doing a much better job with his pace now in the dry than he was doing in the wet, as someone in the background just pitted. Hadjar, this might be a retirement because Hadjar's been pretty slow. And is it a retirement? No, it's a normal pit stop. And they're going onto the hard tyres as he squirms quite a bit coming out. As here is Stroll. Can he pass Colapinto? No. Yeah, Leclerc has been lapping about the same pace or similar pace to Piastri in the last few laps.
Yeah, he's been about 3 to 4 tenths off, which is certainly much, much better than what he was doing earlier on in the wet.
Yeah, as I think you just saw, Piastri was just asked whether he wanted to go to the end, and I think he said it would be difficult.
Yeah.
So
He said he's starting to feel some deg already.
well, if they're going to pit him, then they need to be doing it probably in 5 to 7 laps from now, I would say, to fully utilise a fresh set of tyres.
Yeah.
So we will see. The gap's still at 8 seconds. He's not losing loads of time or anything. But the race, in terms of who's going to win out the two McLarens, it is absolutely on a knife edge at the moment. As Stroll still all over the back of Colapinto. And surely this time will overtake Colapinto despite Franco's very skinny rear wing. DRS pulls to the outside and yeah, he gets it done. So Stroll in 16th. And yeah, in terms of the gaps between all the other cars, yeah, Max is still 2 seconds behind Leclerc. Russell's now 3 seconds behind Verstappen. Albon still keeping within a couple seconds of Russell. Such a great drive from Albon still, as Piastri now does a fastest lap. And Albon is actually pulling away from Lewis Hamilton bit by bit. And then Bortoletto he's been obviously let through by Hulkenberg. He is catching Lawson, but it is very incremental. Another fight to look out for, and we're now looking at it, is the fight between Gasly, Tsunoda, Behrman, Alonso, and Antonelli. Quite the train behind the Alpine. This other Alpine of Gasly also very skinny on its wings. Which is why they can't do anything about him. As Sainz saying, the medium tyre is degrading fast. And that will be because of the green track. As Carlos is within a second of Colapinto, but he's not close enough to have a look at Franco. And the train behind Gasly remains, which is really helping Sauber, who are comfortably 9th and 10th. As Piastri, despite feeling deg, is now pulling away from Norris. The gap now up to 8.5 seconds. So Piastri really pulling out some great laps at the minute. As we're on lap 24, 20 laps to go. Will Piastri pit again? I'm pretty sure that everyone else will. If Leclerc, if Piastri was to pit, then Piastri would come out, I think, probably maybe just ahead of Max Verstappen. Or, yeah, ahead of Russell. So, if he can try and clear those cars, then that would be great for him. But going to take a few more laps to do that. As we still look at this Gasly, Tsunoda, Behrman, Alonso, Antonelli fighting over non-points places. as Leclerc in third, 16 seconds off the lead. Max is about 18 and a half off the lead, and then Russell is about 22 seconds off the
Good
lead.
math, Chaz. I didn't need to correct you there.
As sadly, we've just got this DRS train, which is normally what we get here at Spa, because you get cars that run skinny downforce and then can't get overtaken, which is why we've got this. Thankfully, next year we've got is it adjustable downforce next year? So, and I think that's to help with overtaking. So maybe that'll make a difference. We'll see.
Drivers don't seem very hopeful.
No, it'll make a very small difference, probably at best. As Lando Norris does a fastest lap, 146.1. As one battle I am looking at is Bortoletto. He is still very slightly catching Lawson. I think eventually he will probably fight Lawson, but he needs to somehow break into that 1 second window to get the DRS, and then I think we'll be able to fight him. Lawson, though, having a very good race. Not had many of those this season. Still, we look at this train behind Gasly. And really what we're waiting for is the next round of pit stops, which should be really in the next 5 laps. As Piastri is just started lap 26. Norris now 7.8 behind. Given how close the pace difference is between Piastri and Norris, if Oscar can get to the end and only lose, a couple tenths a lap, then that's what he should do. But will he hit the cliff? Is the answer. As Antonelli gets close to Alonso into the bus stop. The thing is, we don't really know with these medium tyres whether they would hit the cliff. I mean, in the sprint race, they held on very well, but there was rubber on track beforehand, which helped that.
Yeah.
So this is a completely green track. So, I mean, Piastri pitted for dry tyres. What? How long ago would it have been? 13 laps ago or something like that. So,
Oh, so Norris must have made a little bit of mistake. Gap out to nearly 9 seconds.
yeah, he's lost about a second or so. We'll hopefully see a replay of that in a moment.
Somewhere in the middle sector.
So now we're looking at Piastri out front. It's just begun lap 27. And yeah, now 9.1 clear of Norris and 17 seconds clear now of Leclerc. As Piastri, who I think, didn't we say last year should have done a one-stop race? Now he's umming and ahhing over whether he should or not.
Mhm.
So, I mean, what would you do in this situation?
I don't know. I'm getting stressed thinking about it. um, yeah, I'm not too sure. I mean, Norris making that little mistake certainly has helped Oscar there. that's for sure. But yeah, I think probably needs to wait a little bit to see what everybody else does. But um, seems to be okay at the moment.
I think if I was forced to decide, I'd probably, if I was in Piastri's shoes, I'd probably stay out because I don't think those mediums are going to fall off as badly as Oscar's worst fears would be. So, yeah. And there's not, what, another 16, 17 laps? So,
Um, we haven't seen a replay yet, but Norris did go wide at Pouon, so that could have been quite bad.
yeah, we've seen cars go straight in the barriers at that corner. I think Giovinazzi a few years ago had a big one. As Carlos Sainz has pitted, he was complaining about his medium tyres. He's now pitted. He's 19th on lap 28. Sainz once again being embarrassed by his teammate. And talking of Alex Albon, Lewis Hamilton is starting to close in a bit. Hamilton about 1.2, 1.3 seconds behind. And talking of Hamilton, they're now showing him. And yeah, such an impressive performance by Albon. He's, in terms of the pace he's showing, he's legitimately mixing it with the runners around him. It's a great job.
Yeah.
For Albon.
Williams back to Williams back to sort of where they were a little bit earlier on in the season.
Yeah. I mean, compared to the midfield, he's what, like 12, 13 seconds clear of the next midfield car, Lawson. So he's crushing that battle. So a car that's an Aston Martin of Alonso, who went off at Les Combes, and he's lost position because of that to Antonelli. So Antonelli up to 14th on lap 29. As Antonelli's next potential victim is his teammate from last year in Formula 2, Oliver Behrman, who's pushing just as hard. As Lando Norris now does a 1:45.9.
That's quite rapid.
Yeah. Just over, I think, 5.5 seconds slower than pole.
Yep.
Which is pretty much the quickest you'd expect them to go in a race compared to qualifying. So yeah, McLaren. Both McLarens pushing hard out there.
Shows you that perhaps the grip is actually pretty bloody good.
As what's it? Colapinto now pitting. Gasly still holding firm at the head of this train. Lewis Hamilton is getting slightly closer to Albon. The gap is just over a second. As Colapinto is going to come out, I think, in 19th place. So there you go. As we're on lap 30 of 44. Piastri, 8.5 seconds clear. Hamilton now just about within a second of Albon, so that's a fight we can possibly look forward to. As this battle rages on. Albon, well, both the Williams and the Ferrari were around about the same in the speed trap yesterday in qualifying, so Hamilton won't have to contend with a very skinny winged car ahead of him, as he will get the DRS on the Camel Straight, but still way too far back for now. But this is where he'll be really starting to close in, as Alonso now pits. And Hamilton's had a very good race recovery from, obviously, the awful weekend he's had. As Alonso pits and will come out, I think, 17th on, I think, hard tyres. So, yeah, Hamilton really closing in on Albon now through the mid sector. Now gets in the slipstream as we are on lap 31. Gap still at over 8 seconds. Here's that moment, Nib. They're now showing it. Lando Norris
Finally.
had a snap of oversteer in the middle of the corner.
I think he just got on that inside curb, and that's what caused that to happen.
But he's started to close the gap back down to what it was before the moment. But in terms of speed, it's not apparent that there is any drop off so far on the mediums for Piastri, or for really anyone, is there? So
No.
looks like Piastri could get to the end here.
Like, Norris is certainly going very fast, but Piastri is still setting personal best times, and yeah, still doing a good pace.
As Antonelli now pits and will come out in 16th place, I think, ahead of Alonso, who's on the medium compound tyre. And looks like it's going to be another pointless race for Antonelli. Antonelli, since the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix, which was quite a long time ago, Antonelli has only scored 15 points, which was obviously that podium in Montreal. Having a very tough debut season after what was, I thought, a pretty good start in the first few races. He's really having it tough now. But we'll see what he can do on these fresh tyres, whether he can do some quick lap times and get after it. As Alonso in the Aston Martin, which has suddenly lost all the good performance it's had in the last few races. As Alonso is probably slowly going to fall back down Antonelli, as we now cut back to this Tsunoda Gasly Behrman fight, which will never end. And Tsunoda's going to have another disappointing race, unfortunately, where he will not finish in the points. Again, he was a bit screwed over by the having to wait another lap before he went onto the medium, but still hasn't had any pace since then. As out front on lap 32, the gap now 7.8 seconds. So, I mean, in the last, 5-6 laps, Lando's gained about a second and a half.
Yeah, since the mistake, he's gained that time back, which was, what was it? It was about 3 or 4 laps, so 4 or 5 laps ago.
Well, from Piastri's point of view, if that's the rate at what Lando catches, say a second and a half every 4 or 5 laps, then he can probably get to the end here. As Leclerc doing a great job in third, keeping Max just over 2 seconds away. Russell is in a lonely-ish 5th place. Lewis Hamilton quite a bit closer to Albon on this occasion as they come through Eau Rouge. And he might have a look at Albon as they get up to Les Combes. Albon defends to the middle of the track and Hamilton just slightly too far away as Hülkenberg pits. And drops from 10th place. But he will be on fresh medium tyres now. So Hülkenberg now in 14th place. Can he get back up to 10th? As Piastri being told, degradation looks as expected. We still think best thing to do is go to the end on this tyre. And Oscar says, I am happy with that. So sounds like that's what's happening. Piastri is going to the end. So it's all down to Lando Norris. Can he eat into the 7-second lead that Piastri has over him and somehow take away this Belgian Grand Prix victory?
I don't like this. He's taking quite a bit of time out on this lap. Yeah, 0.6 on that lap.
Well, the gap's gone back up to 7.7, thankfully for Oscar. As Hamilton not as close, nowhere near as close on this occasion to Albon. They're still stuck behind. But it appears Norris having quite a poor lap on this occasion.
Yeah, he's had to have made a mistake at La Source, I'd assume. He dropped half a second.
Yeah, the
and
gap.
dropped a bit more time.
Yeah, the gap's up to 8.2 now. Here's a replay. And yeah, you're right. La Source and locks up. And that would have hurt his run all the way through and obviously would have damaged the tyre a bit. So that's a costly mistake. As here is Hülkenberg right behind Ocon. Hülkenberg clearly dropped just behind Ocon when he came out, but Hülkenberg now back ahead on lap 35 of 44. And except for a few cars, looks like most people are going to the end on one set of dry tyres. Obviously, the pit stop was made, 20 odd laps ago, where everyone switched from intermediates to dry tyres. As Lando being told, Lando, these tyres are getting tricky. You need to keep the focus. Don't push the braking as hard as we have been. You're naturally quicker. Some driver coaching going on there. Think of that what you will. As Lewis Hamilton is still right behind Albon, about 4/10 behind. But I think they've just hit Les Combes, so no chance for a move now, as Antonelli surely is going to pass Ocon by the time they get to Les Combes. As through a Rouge they come, and yeah, Antonelli right up behind Ocon. Ocon does have one of the quickest cars down the straights, but it is futile because Antonelli sails around the outside because a bit deep. Does that let Ocon back through? Yes, it does. Antonelli just crept onto the wet part of the track. And that's what let Ocon back through.
Yeah. He got on the curb on the entry, which unsettled the car, and braking, which caused him to go a bit deep and hence cause the mistake.
Yeah, we're just seeing on the onboard now and really made it scruffy. And that's what allowed Esteban back through. As Lando Norris has gained a few more tenths back on Piastri, but we have got about, 8 laps to go. And unless Lando can start finding a second a lap, then it looks like Piastri is going to hang on for victory here. Still quite a bit to go. Obviously, a lap around here is quite long. As Antonelli still crawling on the back of Ocon. Can he get a good exit? Not as good as last time, and Ocon, I think, will keep ahead. As the gap up front, now under 7 seconds. It's now 6.9 in Piastri's favour. On lap 37 of 44. Make sure to stick around, guys, for the end of the stream, because, of course, we will go through driver of the day votes and all that stuff. As we've still got another few laps to go. Lewis Hamilton we're on board with now. Still following Albon. Looks like he's backed off a bit. Will he have another go at trying to overtake? Meanwhile, the fight for third, Max Verstappen, is quite a bit closer now to Leclerc than he has been for quite a while. The gap now 1.3 seconds. So will Verstappen be able to fight Leclerc for the podium? All starting to close up in these final few laps. And on that last lap, Norris took 6 tenths out of Piastri. If he keeps that up, that still would not be enough. It needs to be, like I said, a second a lap. He needs to catch Piastri at. As Tsunoda still within a second at Gasly, but nowhere near overtaking. To the point where I'm not even sure Tsunoda is legitimately quicker than Gasly. Gasly, though, is heading for a point as it stands. I think Sauber made a bit of a mistake pitting Hulkenberg because they were comfortably 10th. But yeah, Gasly, great drive and heading most probably for a point. As on lap 38, Oscar Piastri is 6.2 seconds clear of Lando Norris. And it was about...
I tell you what, if Norris hadn't made those mistakes, and it was under 4 seconds, I would be absolutely shitting bricks right now. But that 7 tenths on that last lap still could get a bit nervy.
It could, but it's definitely, the gap is going to get quite a bit closer. But I think Oscar will probably just about hang on by 2 or 3 seconds. I think at this rate. And as you said, I think those couple errors from Norris might have just cost him having an actual chance at winning this race. As Leclerc, here's a replay of him locking up into the bus stop. Might be why Verstappen's a bit closer now. But Leclerc really has driven well this weekend in a Ferrari car that's been difficult to drive. But Verstappen is keeping right there with Leclerc and is going to push him to the end. Leclerc being told Verstappen 1.2 seconds and says, "Leave me alone, please. I can have no information, then when he's getting close, I have too much information. Keep it constant, don't worry." Lap 39.
So,
Piastri 5.5 seconds clear. Another 7/10 took out of Piastri.
yeah, and most of it being in that middle sector where Norris is able to set personal best lap times on these hard tyres, whereas Piastri is doing similar middle sectors to Leclerc and Verstappen.
Was it Rooks has just pointed out in the chat that Piastri will get DRS from Hadjar soon, which may.
That's correct. Nah, he's gonna get him. He's gonna get him outside of the DRS zone. He's gonna get him on this lap.
As the gap has just dipped under 5 seconds. Now gone just back
Yeah,
above 5.
he's just got him in the Russell's hairpin. Hadjar, that is.
Yeah, I think Hadjar must have had some sort of contact or something because he's miles off the pace whilst his teammate's up in 8th place. So, yeah, no idea where that damage has come from. It has to be damage for him. As we're looking at Ocon. Is this... No, Behrman. Still stuck behind Tsunoda. Behrman is getting in the slipstream, but there's no way he's going to go for a dive. As on lap 40, gap 4.7 seconds. It is 7/8 a lap, which again, it's quite a bit, but it's still not enough. But it will be close, no doubt. By the time we get to the end, it's going to be at most a couple seconds separating the two. As Hulkenberg, I've seen, has overtaken Lance Stroll. We haven't seen it, but he's up to 13th. Here's Antonelli, who's still stuck behind Ocon. And just fighting the car. As Alonso right behind Antonelli. Fighting hard for these positions, which, well, mean nothing. Hadjar being told there are cells of rain developing around the track. Currently clear, we are monitoring. Just what we need. I remember, was it 2008? I think it was here when we had some rain come at the end. That was absolutely brilliant.
Norris has caught Hadjar in sort of a bad place through the Fagnar and through Stavolo, so not ideal for Norris. That's why the gap's probably stayed about 4.5 seconds, not gained anywhere near as much this time around.
Yeah, that has been a very costly lap. Only gained about 3 or 4 tenths, I think, that lap. And I think, unless Oscar's tyres go massively off the cliff or Oscar makes a mistake, I think that's settled it. I think Oscar is going to hang on here for his first win at Spa and his, what would be, 6th win of the season. As we're looking at Norris through the little mini box. Max is still right behind Leclerc, but just over a second. He's not able to get the DRS. Hamilton has dropped over a second behind Albon. Albon only 4 seconds behind Russell, still maintaining brilliant pace. And looks like Albon is going to finish in the top 6. as Antonelli. I have the feeling he's going to try something before the end, even if it's a wild dive bomb. As they come up through Eau Rouge. And on lap 42, gap 3.8 seconds, so about 6/10 that lap between that Norris gained. But yeah, we've only got 3 laps to go, and the gap is 3.7 seconds. So unless Lando starts gaining 1.2 seconds a lap, or 1.5 seconds a lap, Piastri is going to hang on.
Yeah, and that was a personal best lap time by Piastri. He's putting everything he's got into these last few laps now.
As Oscar being told there could be a few raindrops in turn 1 in the last couple laps. Not currently expecting it, but not impossible. As usual with Spa, the whole track could be dry, but it could be raining at one corner. It's the beauty of
That's
Spa.
what was happening in F2.
Yeah. I remember a race here quite a few years ago where we had loads of rain at one corner and it was sunny at the other end of the track. I think it was 2010 or something. It was
Yeah, that's right. It was wet in that whole entire last sector, but
yeah.
literally where Button and Vettel crashed.
Yeah. It's the beauty of this circuit, but it's not a beauty that Piastri will be admiring at this moment. As the gap is going to be about 3 seconds when Piastri begins this penultimate lap. As he comes up to and begins the penultimate lap, and the gap is 3.1 seconds. As Norris, he got a very poor exit there. And that's a second he's dropped, and that's it. That's game over. Piastri surely has got it in the bag. Just too many mistakes from Lando, which has cost him today. Small but important. And obviously the whole the start of the race was something that Lando got massively wrong. And that's the difference between Piastri and Norris. Piastri doesn't make mistakes normally on race day. Lando makes too many. And that's why Oscar Piastri is your championship leader. And at least in my opinion, soon to be drivers' world champion. Obviously, long way to go. It is still close between Piastri and Norris. If Oscar does win this race and Lando finishes second, the gap will be 16 points in Piastri's favour. That's not a lot, but this, if he can take it, will be a crucial win. Piastri, remember, has not won in quite a few weeks. Nearly 2 months since his last win in Barcelona. As Piastri and Behrman finally passes Tsunoda for 11th place. As Piastri begins the final tour of Spa Francorchamps. Nib, before we get to the end, a quick word for our race winner. What a start by him, and ultimately, that and consistent laps is what's won him this race, hasn't it?
Yep, mega rolling start by Piastri. Capitalized on Norris's very poor decision when to go. Was able to stay right on the rear end all through the source. Got a better exit out of the source. Was able to comfortably get the move done into Lacombe. And since then, he's held the lead. He got preference in the pit stops because he's the lead driver and he's driven a brilliant race after going onto these medium tyres. And he's going to win this Belgium Grand Prix and a bit of a needed one. Oscar been Oscar got completely bullshitted out of the British Grand Prix. I won't mince my words about that. And yeah, very glad he's been able to reclaim that here 3 weeks later at Spa.
As Piastri now comes through, second Stabilo, and begins the run to the bus stop chicane. And a brilliant drive from Piastri, and he has been the king of Spa most of this weekend. Just too good for the rest of the pack, and so have McLaren, who are going to take their first win at Spa in 13 years. And Oscar Piastri, for the first time in nearly 2 months, wins in Formula One and takes a very important victory for his World Championship. Oscar Piastri wins the Belgian Grand Prix. Lando Norris finishes second, McLaren's first 1-2 at Spa, I believe, in 26 years. It has been a long, long time coming. Charles Leclerc third. Brilliant drive from Leclerc on the podium here for the 3rd year running. Verstappen 4th. Russell 5th. Albon 6th. Hamilton 7th. Lawson 8th. Bortoletto 9th. Gasly 10th. Behrman will finish, I believe, in 11th. And then Hulkenberg has just overtaken Tsunoda right at the end for 12th. And then it'll be Tsunoda 13th. Stroll 14th. Ocon, Antonelli, Alonso, Sainz, Colapinto and Hadjar. Everyone remarkably finished the race. And a brilliant drive from Oscar. And as I said in the build-up, I thought he would get the job done at the start because he's just a better racer, better in a race situation than Norris. And exactly that's what he proved. And for me, he is the clear driver of the day. Brilliant performance. Showing why he is the championship leader. But let me ask you guys, who is your driver of the day for the Belgian Grand Prix? And Oscar Piastri, of course, will be an option. Alexander Albon deserves a massive shout out. 5th in qualifying, 6th in the race. What a result. Lawson, I'll give him a shout out. And Pierre Gasly as well, finishing 10th in that shit box. So there you go. Let me know who you think driver of the day is for the Belgian Grand Prix. But yeah, championship wise, Oscar Piastri is now 16 points clear of Lando Norris with 1 race to go before the summer break. A race that obviously Oscar won last year. It was his first win. And look how far he's come in just a year. From first win to now he's got, I think, this is his 8th win in Formula One. And that was a crucial one for his championship. As Leclerc coming home 3rd. Very good drive from him. Did the best he could. Ferrari just not on the same pace as McLaren this weekend. But yeah, there you go. I'll let the votes pile up in the chat. Nib, yeah, very important. Obviously, win for Oscar. And even though I am very likely not to be doing a race watch along next weekend, if Piastri can keep this up going into Hungary, championship-wise, it's looking a bit more rosier again, isn't it, compared to how we were, how you were feeling, say 3-4 weeks ago.
Yep, much happier after this race. As Astro called it in the chat, after silver stolen. Much happier. Yeah, decisive move on lap 1. No messing about. No silly mistakes. That's how we do it.
Yeah, but it was a proper drive. And I think that race was a great way to show really why Oscar is leading the championship ahead of Norris in terms of consistency, not making silly errors in the race that cost you a second here, a second there, and obviously the racecraft he showed at the start. That's ultimately, the difference. I mean, if you look at the qualifying head-to-head, I think it's pretty much equal between the two, but in the race, most of the time, and this is why I think Piastri won the championship, because most of the time in normal racing, or just normal races, Oscar will come out on top because he's just more skilled and better in race situations. That is just how it is at the end of the day. But again, gap only 16 points, so still plenty of time to go in the season. We'll see what happens. But Nib, massive thanks for coming along for this stream. Obviously, to enjoy this victory from Piastri. And we'll see you probably on stream, probably after the summer break when we come back for the end of the European season. But yeah, massive thanks for coming on for this race.
Of course, and thanks for having me on as usual. But unfortunately, you're getting tired of me, and you're not doing race watchalongs for a little bit. So I'm sad about that. Joking, of course. But yeah, thanks to all the regulars who've popped into chat. Always good to see you, and yeah, hope you have a good couple of weeks until we'll see you all next time.
Absolutely, cheers for coming on, especially given we had to wait, what was it, an hour and a half to finally get underway. So yeah, it's been a long one. It's been live for nearly 5 hours. So yeah, cheers for coming on today. But as well, for everyone watching in chat, thank you guys for coming along. Being around obviously for the stream, given obviously the delay we had, very much appreciated. If you are new to the channel and you've subscribed, thank you very much. Before you go, make sure to subscribe if you haven't. Smash a like button. Check out some of my latest videos on the channel. In regards to my plan for the next week, tomorrow there'll be a podcast reviewing this race, uploaded probably in the afternoon. And then, remember, next weekend's Hungarian Grand Prix, I will be doing a qualifying watch-along, but I won't be doing a race watch-along because I'm expecting it to be a just utter McLaren domination and a pretty boring race, as this was, to be honest. So yeah, that's what I'll be doing next weekend. So make sure to join for the qualifying watch along next Saturday live at 1:30 p.m. UK time, 90 minutes before qualifying begins, for the most important part of a Hungarian Grand Prix weekend. Even though I'm missing the race, though, there will be a podcast the day after reviewing the events of that race. So make sure to come along to that. And then, of course, we'll get into the summer break content where I've got videos planned for you guys. So yeah, cheers for coming along for today and this weekend's content. Let me just quickly finish up the poll results. There's only been 18 votes, but there is a clear winner. And it is 72% of the vote, Oscar Piastri, 22% for Albon, and then 5% for Lawson, and 0% for Pierre Gasly. So yeah, thanks for voting there, and thanks for coming along for all the content this weekend. And until my podcast tomorrow, reviewing the events of this Grand Prix weekend, until my stream next Saturday, again live at 1:30 p.m. UK time for the all-important qualifying session in Hungary, for the final Grand Prix weekend before the summer break. Until then, guys, it has been me, Kazza HD. Goodbye.